It's 2 minutes and we don't have coffee. Anything could go worse?
I found
Maybe
your
yes, but maybe not. Oh yes, without the coffee though.
Start. Sylvia?
No, no, no. We want to start.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thanks a
Sylvia.
lot, Alon. Thank you very much. My lipstick.
Ah.
Ciao. Okay. Good luck, guys. Break a leg.
When is the first buffer?
Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Hi. Let's make some noise. Come on. Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to Lisbon.
No. Try again.
Wait. Welcome to Lisbon.
Still not.
No? Okay. It's not. Okay. Welcome to Rome! Rome, right?
Yep.
It's Rome. Okay.
Nope.
But if it's not Lisbon, I've sent the DJ over to Lisbon, so we're going to have no music for this General Assembly. Okay. Sorry. So let's try this again. Welcome, Europe! I am so excited to have all of you coming to see me. And I know that the heads of states of all over Europe have understood that I am the most important person and therefore they're here for me too. Yes!
You
Yeah, me. Oh.
bow before your queen, Babylon, for I am the ruler of your lunch break. Too far?
Yeah, a little bit
Okay.
too far.
Third time is a charm.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody.
Welcome.
Welcome to Bold General Assembly Prague 2022.
Welcome to Prague!
Welcome everybody here and out there watching the live stream.
Yeah, we see you online. We see you. I hope that you are correctly dressed for this because we might even turn the cameras against you. No? Too much or so? Okay.
We'll see.
So, are you ready? Are you ready for 30-minute speeches?
Are you ready to have your names mispronounced and completely butchered?
Are you ready for procedural discussions and votes and discussions about articles of procedures?
Are you ready for some jokes that are going to fall completely flat? Like that one.
And are you ready to celebrate our 100 elected officials across Europe? Woo! You ready?
Are you ready to make history?
So, as usual, I think it's time for the roll call, the national roll call. I think the chapters have to tell us who's the loudest of them all. Are you ready for that too?
Woo, make some noise!
God. My God, no. Alrighty, let's do the... Volt Ireland, are you in the house? Yeah! Volt UK, are you in the house? Okay, you both have lost already. Volt Netherlands, are you in the house?
Alrighty. Bold Czechia, are you here?
Volt Belgium, are you around?
Did we miss somebody?
This
Volt
only is-
Italy?
Volt Italy. Italy?
Volt Italy?
Italy?
Are you here? Woo!
There's a slight big country, founding member of the European Union.
I don't know.
They have kind of blue, white, and red.
What?
Blue, white, and red.
Oh, you mean...
Yeah, France.
Oh, Volt France?
Volt Spain! Portugal! Ah, that's right, we're not in Lisbon anymore.
No, not anymore.
We're not in Lisbon anymore. Okay, fine. Who did we miss? And who is us? Yes! Alrighty. And Greece?
Greece, obviously.
Aha! Anybody else? Woo! Excellent. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Volters. Poland? Well, come on. Did we say Germany already? Woo, Germany. What is this? What is this? Ah. So what do you think? Netherlands, Germany? Who won? Hungary. Hungary? Volt Hungary?
Come on!
You are a star. Volt Europe, forget it. This is an old concept. The Czech Republic was already called. You have to not be on your mobile phone when we are doing this General Assembly. Also, please put your mobile phones on silent, folks. This is not right to have all the ringing and all that sort of stuff. But anyway, we have a timing to keep.
Do we? Okay,
Yes.
then.
So I think we're going to have to hand over to the elected chair of the General Assembly. Woo!
Hello, everyone. Do you hear me?
No, amazing.
We do.
Yes, you do. Okay. Hello, everyone. Woo! I'm Silvia Panini from Volt, Italy, and I will be the chair of this GA today. And now at 10 a.m. Central European Time, I officially declare this GA open. As you know, we will be voting on some things that we will tell to you during the day throughout this GA. And to do so, we'll be using our online voting platform, Tasker. So every person in this room, and also online who's watching us, who has been a member for the past 30 days, has received on the 6th of October an email, and in the subject you found updated time and your voting token for the Volt Europa GA. In that email, you will find a link, and clicking that, you can vote for the different items of this GA. If you vote wrong and you want to change your vote, no problem. You can just go back and change your vote, because just the very last vote will be counted. So I would say we can get started. Thank you very much, Kim, and thank you very much, Barbara. Thank you, Sylvia. Woo! Adam. It is my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, the one and only, the host of today's event, President of Volt Czechia, Adam Hanka.
Dobré ráno, Evropo. Good morning, Europe. Dear Volters, dear guests, dear Europeans, look at us. The purple wave has arrived to Prague. And together, we will write the next chapter of our history, of the history of our party. When I joined Volt some 4 years ago, I never thought I will ever have the honor to say hello and to welcome you all to this beautiful city full of history and also full of future and hope. And now, here we are. All of us meeting this weekend is a story in itself. And stories, they are very powerful. They help us define who we are, and they help us understand our own identity. Now, we're meeting at extraordinary times. Just when we started to recover from the pandemic, Russia invaded Ukraine, and once again, war started in Europe. The past 3 years gave rise to the wave of populism, nationalism, and started to threat our common democracy. These forces have also been supported by our enemies who try to drive us apart. In the meantime, we find ourselves dependent on Russian gas. We find ourselves dependent on the enemies that also spread disinformation and who are trying not only to destroy Ukraine lives and cities, but also our perception of who we are and our perception of truth. They're telling a story, and they're a story of their own. One that is not compatible with our vision. Our movement in these times and our activities are even more important than before. We are in a real position to bring about change, courageous policies, lifting and inspiring like-minded voices, change in identity, change in how politics is done. I'm very happy that also the Czech team is contributing to this common effort. Since the last time we met in Lisbon, we've managed to establish a party. Thank you. We're gaining new amazing members. You're going to meet a lot of them during the GA and also tonight. We ran in elections collecting 5,000 voices, 5,000 votes in Prague that gave us support. And this is an effort that we all are doing together. Thank you so much for this huge support that we've also received from the European level, from all of you. Step by step, in Czechia and in all of Europe, we are helping everyone to overcome fears and to learn from the past and head for a common future. Today and tomorrow, the future, that's going to be what we will be discussing. And just tonight, we are all together organizing and participating in maybe the biggest public action that will support European solutions in Czechia ever organized. All together, we will overcome these challenges, stand stronger, and we will face the challenges that stand in front of us. Because together, we are writing the European story, and we are rebuilding what I call the European identity. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for joining other voters, for being here, for writing the history. And happy voting, everyone! And although there is going to be space for it, also a big thank you to all the organizers. You have been an amazing team. It's working perfect. I've had so much fun preparing all of this with you guys, and I'm super happy, and I hope you all are super happy enjoying the view and seeing all those happy faces with hope that look into the future. Have a good time, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us here. It brings me great pleasure to invite our next two keynote speakers to the stage. A movement only grows thanks to one thing: great and fantastic, inspiring leadership. So it is my great pleasure to welcome to the stage our two elected co-presidents, René and Francesca. Nice to have you back. Welcome.
Thanks.
And welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our General Assembly.
That's a good view, right?
Yeah. I'm always a bit nervous when I'm on stage, but it's also so exciting at the same time to see all of you. So thank you for coming. Dear friends, We carry great responsibility. Europe is at a tipping point. Just like in the last century, we need massive creative efforts. This time, not only for peace and prosperity, but also to create a just and sustainable society. The key to making this happen is having resilient democracies. And for that, Europe needs an idealistic grassroots movement that inspires people to act, to make creative efforts, visionary efforts, put to work with determination. Big changes always start with people who ask, can I make a difference? Each and every one of us here took off with this question and decided to unite at Volt, to come to Prague today. The change we envision forces us to act in a positive way. We can, we must, and we did. We built a pan-European political movement. We are part of the European Parliament, national parliaments, and have more than 100 representatives in city councils. People laughed at us when we started this, only 5 years ago. Well, they can stop laughing now because we are here and we are here to stay. We are here to execute this massive vision for a better European society. The European Union is the most diverse union of democracies in the world. But if we unite into one European democracy, then we have the potential to guide the world to a sustainable way of living, to a more equal society and a future with technology that is aligned with our values. Europe knows how to unite in diversity. And that's where Volt comes in, because we know even better. We lead by example in a creative effort. And to make the impacts that our society craves, we need to grow. We cannot be satisfied with what we have achieved until now. We need to do 100 times more than what we have done so far. And we will, because we are determined. Sometimes we take a big leap, like winning an election. But most times we take small steps. While preparing for this General Assembly, Adam Hanka and I were taking care of the contracts for this venue. At first, the signature could not be made digital. So we printed it, we made a scan, and the scan of the physical signature wasn't good enough either. So then we had to post the contract, but something went wrong and it got lost in the mail. And then we sent it again, but the signature wasn't applied correctly. So there I went on my bike to the print shop again. And Adam emailed me. He said, we wanted to do politics differently, change the world. And here we are, worrying about whether a signature is set with blue or with black ink. So, sometimes a big leap, but most of the times, small steps. And I know each and every one of you has taken those small steps too. Sometimes you wonder what your impact may be. You can't always see, not that day, but you will see. Today, next week, and the months and years to come, because we are gaining momentum. It's the sum of all of our small actions that may seem insignificant on their own, but they are part of our creative effort to make resilient democracies for peace, sustainability, and justice.
So, small steps, right? like when you hop on a train, arrive to Prague, meet your fellow voters, shake their hands, or if you're like me, you want to hug them very tight. Small steps like when you go on the streets, as we did yesterday, making the news, to protest, to make your voice heard. But also, small steps, such as when you go and cast your vote. Now, in the past 30 days, in Europe, we have seen a variety of elections. We have seen elections in Sweden. Where are my Swiss friends? Where are you? Yes. So we saw elections in Sweden where 1 million people didn't vote, either because they didn't want to or because they couldn't. And the result is that a far-right party is now the second biggest in the government. Then Italy, where I'm from, we have a far-right party actually building the government. They're in power in an election where 16 million people didn't vote, either because they could not or because they lost interest, you know? Bulgaria, third example, half of those who had the right to vote didn't, 3 million people. And the result is a populist government. So casting a vote is a small action, but has a big impact. And every time you vote, you're shaping the future, you're shaping your community, you're giving democracy a chance, you're doing something big and important. And we also gathered here today to cast our vote. As you know, during this General Assembly, we're going to cast our... Oh my God, that's super big. That's me. All right. All right. I'm not going to look back. Never look back anyway. That said, also during this General Assembly, we're going to cast a vote because during these 2 days, we're going to vote on the political priorities that are gonna be the most important ones when we campaign in 2024 for the European elections. This is an historic moment. Did you know that this is the biggest ever tried experiment of co-creation of an electoral program ever made? And we are at the center of it. You're at the center of it. You can make your voice heard. Your voice matters. So I want to hear a lot from you during this assembly. I want to hear a lot of you also when we go back to our hometowns and we go in the streets and talk with people and understand what is their pain, what is it that they want, why these people, these many people decided not to go and vote. How can we make them regain trust in politics? How can we give them a chance? This assembly sends a warning to everybody who's trying to set our society back into the dark Middle Ages. It sends a warning to the 44 leaders of the EU who we reunited here. You need to stand firm because we're watching. We are gonna do creative effort, whatever it takes to safeguard our democracy, our peace, our justice, sustainability, equality. We're here to stay.
Instead of the nation state, we need to put Europe at the center of our thinking. A new way of doing politics asks for system change, because the current system is not fit for this century. We need to work much faster towards one European democracy than the mini steps that our governments currently take. Our team in the European Parliament successfully worked on a new electoral law, but it will probably be blocked by some heads of states, ironically proving the point of the required reforms. History, the current political system, and national laws force Volt into a model with national chapters. And this has the inherent risk that the problems we see with European collaboration in society are reflected in our movement as well. We must prevent Volt chapters from operating in silos. we need to stand together. And it's up to each and every one of us to uphold this idea by working past national borders, by thinking European in our internal collaboration as well, by putting pan-European teamwork into practice. Dear friends, the nationalistic narrative is outdated, but the required changes will not come from politicians who put national interests first, who only think about the voters in their country. I have news for them. You are history. We are the future. But the paradigms that shape politics, society, and democracy will not shift overnight. They will shift because we tell a new story about Europe. They will shift because we lead by example. They will shift because we show that most national and European interests are one and the same.
This is true. The paradigm won't shift overnight. It will change because we envision a new way of living. It will change because we act. It will change because we lead the way. Now, we've done this already. Our team in Malta, where are you, Maltese? Yes. Our team in Malta is campaigning to grant abortion rights. Our team in Portugal, where's the Portuguese? Our team in Portugal is championing sustainability, and they're going on national TV to explain to citizens why this is important and how they can hold the politicians accountable for their policy. In the Netherlands, we managed to pass act, I don't know the exact word, where anyway 100 million was destined to hungry children coming from poor households in this time of crisis. This is concrete. This is actual change in the life of people. And now look at us, almost 1,000 people in this room, here gathered together to discuss. I encourage you to discuss even when you disagree, especially if you disagree. And to interact with each other, because together we can create something very good. We can create something different, stronger. I see the board over there, and I know they've told me they're waiting for you to come at them, to interact with them. The leadership is the movement. You are the leadership. I see a lot of you I don't see, but I saw before. Janko and Mike, together with me and Anouk, have worked on building of electability, one of our strategic priorities. And they've asked me, please tell the people to come to us and ask us, because we want to build together these elections in 2024. This is not just our responsibility, it's everybody's. You can have a role. You can really shape this, and we can shape this together. Then there's Claudio and Ines sit over there, which together with their team have created all the backbone of what you will see today, the creation of the electoral program and the political priorities we are going to vote on today. I'm super proud of what they did. I can't wait for them to be on stage and tell more about what has happened. I saw before some members of Volt Greece over there, I think, which had just registered Volt Greece as a party. Dear friends, Valters, this is all to say that we are the agents of change. We collaborate in this creative effort. We can shape the future as we want. We safeguard peace, equality, sustainability. We open this General Assembly together, hand in hand, to shape a new kind of future, a future made in Europe. Thanks.
Francesca and Rainir. Thank you. Well, I don't know how about you, but I feel super pumped right now. Things are bleak, but as you heard, there is a hope, and the hope is you, all the amazing people in here. But how can we work on it? How can we act? And what can help us do that? Volt started as a grassroots movement on social media. We grew, we're getting better, we're getting more professional. And how can we use social media to grow, to enact public activities to help us move forward? Let me welcome Josef Jaroli. Josef is a professional social media manager who joined Volt not that long time ago, and he will talk to you about how can we use social media to help us with Volt.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josef.
So, nice to see you so many of you here. Let me introduce myself quickly. So I just joined Volt after the Hungarian elections this year. You guess why? I'm a member of the Dutch team, but hopefully I will be a member of the Hungarian team soon. And so let me just tell you a couple of words as a warming up act for the upcoming party, let's say, the upcoming assembly, the upcoming event. Which we are having now. So we gathered here, and what we can do more since we are here to make the most out of our presence, to show that we are here, to show that basically how can we use the power of social media in a more conscious and a more structured way. I'd like to ask you 3 things to accomplish during this weekend, and I would be very grateful if you could help our work to reach our goals also on social media. So the very first thing I would like to ask from you is to, oh, sorry, I have to get used to where to hold this microphone, sorry. So the very first thing I'd like to ask you to post with the GA hashtag. Please post something on your individual profile, or of course if you manage a local or regional profile as well. And please do not forget to use the Volt GA hashtag, because that helps us to connect, to find, discover your posts, and also it will help me to find after the event or anyone else to find certain posts and look back to the event even after 1 year or so. So basically, why am I asking you to post? The reason is very simple. We don't have money to pay for coverage. So what we have many members. We have many members who have many contacts. And whenever you post on your social media profiles, you have a chance to reach out to people who are not in our circle. And maybe those people will interact with the post so we can go further. This is my goal, basically, is to get out of our bubbles. So we are usually posting about different topics, but it's hard to get out of our bubbles. It's hard to get out of the people we already know, the people who already know what we are, what we want to achieve. So this is the quantitative side of the story. The qualitative side of the story is that you have your own voice, you have your own interpretation, what Volt's values mean to you, and it's better if this event coverage basically reflects how you perceive this event, what you think about the issues we are discussing right now. Also, please consider what are our values, and whenever you are posting on social media during this weekend or later, think about it. What I'm posting right now, is it reflecting our core values? Is it reflecting also that we are basically a big organization, a serious organization? We are working hard, but also we are having fun at the same. Sorry, I got used. Can you hear me even if I not properly holding this microphone? Sorry, it's just so weird for me. So please take into consideration what message, what conveys your message you are about to post. And I will be happy if I see hundreds of posts made in bars and pubs tonight in Prague if I will see thousands of posts about our meetings or our march on the street. So please try to strike a certain balance and think about that you are an ambassador of this organization. I won't give you a lecture on how to not harm a reputation of an organization on social media, but please take into consideration as well. And the last thing is that you can try quite a lot of different formats depending on the social media channel. Further than photos or videos, you can make a photo gallery, you can make stories, you can even post a PDF. I don't know why would you do that during this event, but just be creative. So this is the message. I have gathered a couple of previous posts to give you some inspiration, to give you some examples. These are the posts I could find because of the hashtag, just one remark. But I have serious problems with these posts. You can see, for instance, photos as well. You can see that if you are sitting at home and following us remotely, you can also post. You can post photo galleries, so that's not a problem. But what's my main problem with these posts? What do you think? No. Look at the bottom line, I would suggest. Look at the bottom line. Yeah, that's true. So if you look at these posts, what I'm really missing, come on guys, we are more than 700 here. So, and it's I know it's really hard on one hand because you have to build up a habit. I have already asked once on a workplace, are you using workplace? You should, everyone should. So I asked everyone one comment a week. This is my expectation from you guys, basically. And just to tell you why, there's a very good reason for that. I used to work at a company, we had thousands of euros to spend on social media to reach out to folks, but I don't see that money anywhere. So basically, we have to rely on our power. We have to rely on our connections. So remember the previous slide, there was a bigger circle. So in theory, we have like thousands of followers on our social media profiles, but in practice, due to the fact that how the algorithms work and how they make money, we have to pay. We have to pay to reach even our own established followers. So this is where your participations comes in question. For instance, on LinkedIn, we can normally reach out to a couple of thousand, couple of hundred persons with a certain post. Look at your statistics. You will see similar numbers if you take a look at your individual profiles post performance. So this is the reason why you should always try to engage and not to forget to engage. And there are certain types of engagement, and there are some engagements which are better than the others. Of course, it depends on how much does it require from you. So it requires you to do some additional work, or it's just a press of a button. So it's really a difference, and you should take it into consideration. But most importantly, please engage with our content. Please engage not only Volt Europe's content, but with your local chapters and the regional chapters' content as well. And the last thing I'd like to ask you is to always try to do something new. I know we are all here to meet other voters in person, so I don't expect you to start playing around with new channels and stuff like that. But once you are traveling home and you have a 7-hour train journey like me or whatever on the airport, you should already think about the next step. Which channel will I check and which channel will I try that I'm not using now? Why I'm asking this? For instance, when I came here, I had some prejudices with channels about the channel performances, different channel performances. And you know, I made a post preparing ourselves to this event. I made a post where I asked you from which city will you come to this event. And what happened is that I got the most comments on Instagram, which is still 50-some. So in this room, there are at least 600 people who haven't reacted to my post. And on the other hand, you can see certain differences, like take a look at LinkedIn. Basically, it is a social media platform considered for job seekers only, but it shows really good engagement numbers and really good impression numbers. So you can see our follower base is much smaller compared to all the other profiles. Our impressions were even bigger than on Facebook, and the comments, we got more comments even compared to Facebook. So this slide pretty much summarizes everything what I wanted to tell you. It also shows you that the more the engagements, there is reactions and comments we have, the more impressions we can get. That is, for the more people can we show our messages. So,
Joseph, sorry, our job here is to interrupt and tell the time,
Yeah.
and you have 5 minutes more.
yeah, I have the last slide. So I put my computer here to show the time, but it went on sleep, so. Yeah, this is what happens. So this is my last slide, just summarizing what I'd like to ask from you. I hope you understand it's not that easy, because all the established social media platforms are requiring money from us to get coverage, to reach out to people. And that's why I desperately need your help. And I think many other social media administrators can second to that. So please help our work, and please do not forget to post something about this GA, share and comment whatever content, but let's talk about GA now. And always try something new, because in this ever-changing social media landscape, you will always be surprised by a new post format, a new social media channel, whatever. So thank you for your attention. That was my 3 tasks. Remember, thank you.
Thank you so much, Joseph, for that wonderful introduction and introducing us, or perhaps reminding us of the power of social media. So huge thanks. The climate crisis, financial crisis, political crisis, war in Europe, that's a lot. That's a lot to take in. We have so many crises which remind us of the importance of Volt and remind us of why we are all here, to try to make a huge difference. And so now we're going to go to the next step of this entire General Assembly, which is actually to talk about how do we ensure that the limited resources that we have make an impact for each and every one of us, for those of us who are working hard in our local communities, to all of us who are working to create a pan-European bond. So we're going to move to talk a little bit about priorities and political priorities, and how do we make that choice about which of those political crises we tackle first. We're now moving to a more formal part of the General Assembly. So before we begin, I want to perhaps introduce you to 3 of the superheroes, which are going to make us able to actually keep to time, are going to be able to accompany us for votes. So Sylvia, I want to give you the floor perhaps to introduce that superhero team.
Definitely, thank you very much. So, I will not be alone in this adventure, because as Kim said, it's gonna be quite interesting and a full plan of stuff to do. So I have here Jacob over by Kierkegaard from Volt Denmark, and Valérie Chartrand from Volt France. And together we will be those who will stop the speakers, interrupt them, and keep the time in order for this GA to end punctually, and for all of us to have the time also to enjoy the, so to say, out of this GA activities and more informal activities. One additional information, we will now start the most lively part of the GA, and you will have the chance to ask questions. There will be multiple Q&A moments. And for these questions, you can use a link that you find either in the famous email I mentioned to you before, the one in which your Tasker voting code is also linked. So always the email of the 6th of October. Or you can also find it online on the volt.link website, where all the information about the GA is contained. You will find a form, and there you can ask your Q&A. And we also have a space for questions just now in the session here incoming. So please ask your questions there.
Thanks for that. So the superheroes of the General Assembly, please give them a round of applause just one more time, because they deserve it. So we're now going to talk about political priorities. And I guess we're going to need some superheroes for that too, to help us to sift out what is really important and what perhaps needs to wait a little bit longer before we address them. So I'd like to invite to the stage Ines and Claudio, our policy co-leads, who are going to be helping us to go through this very complex exercise and to talk to us a little bit about how do we make that happen. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to the stage. The floor is yours.
So, hello everyone. Thank you for being here. I see many friendly faces that I know and that I don't know. So, first and foremost, what I would like you to hear from you is who was already part of Volt and joined the GA in Amsterdam in 2018 when we presented the electoral program for the election called Amsterdam Declaration. Raise your hand. All right, so
Wow.
many people, fantastic. So that's what we are going to do today. Today is about designing the first steps of our new electoral program, our new Amsterdam Declaration. And so, before doing that, I think it's important for us to go through why we are here, why we are doing this, how we arrived here and how we move forward as a party, but also what we did in practice to make all of this happen. And so when it comes to why are we here, I want you to close your eyes, follow me. I don't see eyes closed. Okay, now I see them. Okay. Remember the flooding in our cities earlier this year? The wildfires that devastated our lands in many parts of Europe. Remember the lives lost from our fellow Europeans in Ukraine due to the war of aggression of Russia. Now, remember all those parties that were, and how strongly you felt when other parties were not really offering any real solution because they were not looking at the real problems, right? Now, open your eyes. That's why we are here. We are here to save Europeans and to save our future. Thank you. Next slide, please. Now, this is a fundamentally political decision because, again, we all feel very strongly when other parties scapegoat minorities or offer populist miracles that are not going to happen. So now you have your voice to do what? To decide what are the real problems that we as Volt should stand for and offer solutions to all Europeans in 2024. Okay? Now, isn't that right, Ines?
Yeah, exactly. So how are we going to actually answer these, right? We are going to work together. We are going to, just like we did before with the Amsterdam Declaration, we're going to create one political program that's going to serve all of Volt, all countries. We're going to work together to create one electoral program that we're all going to talk about. We are going to talk with one political voice. And this is extremely important for us. And for us to be able to have one program that fits everyone, that means that we need two things. We need this to be extremely participatory. We need to hear from every single one of you. What is it that you think should be in this electoral program? What are the things we need to talk about? What do our voters want to hear? What do we need to tell the world? And obviously, we cannot forget that in Volt, we do things differently. We propose policies based on scientific evidence and best practices,
But most important of all, we focus on our values. And these values are what guides us in choosing the best policies for our electoral program.
So, now, a bit more about the electoral program process. Although if you have, and I'm sure you have already read the one-pagers of the political priorities on our website, designed by this amazing colleague, then you would see that we also, in minute details, gave to you an idea of the process, where we started and why we are here now. But so this is about the why, which we just said, and now how we arrived here, right? That's important. And so here today we will do the filtering of our political priorities, meaning which are those political priorities, the problems that you really want to bring to the fore as vote for the next European elections. And behind those political priorities, as you know, I'm sure that you know, there are people, fellow voters, that decided to join the European policy team, join us in a crazy endeavor this summer to make all of this happen. So I want everyone who joined us in the European policy team, Benjamin, everyone stand up. Give a round of applause to our one-pager leads, Carola, Maria, Sven, Aloyan. Thank
Sasha,
you.
Christian.
Stefanos.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Girls.
So, of course, as always, when somebody is presenting here, there are so many others of us who worked on it. It's important to acknowledge it. Now, after we all decide today which are the most urgent political priorities to offer solution to in our electoral program, we will then, this is the mandate we get from you. And we as a policy team will then write solutions to these problems, which will then define our electoral policy program. Now, what is this then electoral campaign program? Why are we duplicating documents? No. The campaign program will be a shorter program, similar to the one that we provided for the Amsterdam Declaration, and there will be a space only for those political priorities that you here decide to be urgent, okay? So you take to decide the campaign program, okay? So I want at least 750 votes on Tusker, at least, okay? Next slide, please.
All right, so how did we get here, right? So I've seen, you have seen, like Claudio mentioned, the list of all the political priorities that are now on the table. These political priorities are the problems that we believe Europe is facing and that we might give a solution for. We will give a solution for, but we ask you to choose which ones are going to be the ones that we're going to talk about first. Which ones are going to be the problems that our candidates will know the most about, and they will talk to people. What are the things we're going to put on the agenda, right? On the European election agenda. What is it? This is what we ask you to decide. But to let you know a bit of the background, how did we arrive at this list? Well, it all started in the policy retreat that happened in June this year, okay? And I have a quick video to show you about this retreat.
You would see many friendly faces. That's Damian,
yep,
who's not paying attention. And then there's Francesca, who is paying attention, probably. There's Marianne, Suzanne Thor, Christian, Jan.
So we all worked together on this, and we had an amazing day where we got all of our ideas together. Yeah, and we figured out what would be this list of problems for us.
Ilka, there you are. And we should say thanks to the Dutch team, because we got the HQ of The Hague for free that day. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Joost. Where are you, Joost? Up there. Thank you. And also thank you, Christian, for the video. Thank you. All right, so next slide. Oh, we don't have the slides anymore? Yeah, fantastic. Little bit, 1 second of panic. Okay, so now what we did to arrive here exactly, right? Precisely. So this is a self-explanatory slide, so if you want to take a picture, I'll be very happy, because I will skim through this slide. First of all, by saying that we started all this in July, right? And the whole point of starting this process was to write the one-pagers, the content of the problems, and then we started to design how you and your voice could count as much as the work that we as a team put in. So how to make your voice heard. And for this, I would like the members of the the electoral program process, workplace group to stand up. Lucia, Bepi, thank you so much. And round of applause to all of those who made this happen and make your voice heard. Bas, if you are following on YouTube, thank you. And so today will be about discussions. You have an opportunity to follow these discussions in specific panels, and then you already kind of did some polls around political priorities. You might have had discussions in your cities around these political priorities. Today we have more discussions, and then you get to vote, and you get to decide. That's pretty much it.
Yep. And so what's coming after this decision, right? So after we choose the political priorities that we're going to be focused on, we're going to create the policy program, okay? And so until December, we'll be creating the new policy team that will be writing these policies. So all of you, if you're interested, if you want to shape the solutions for these problems, do and come and speak with us. And you'll be invited because, again, this is a highly participatory grassroots movement. We want to include everyone, all countries in this effort. So please, if you're interested, join us. And then next year we'll be writing the policies themselves. At the next physical GA in October next year, we'll be voting in the final electoral program, policies and campaign program.
And I have a little surprise here, right, Ines? Oh. Because we had an amazing policy dinner last night. More than 20 people joined, and apparently, so rush to send an email to us, because very soon we are going to have a policy retreat in Berlin. Right, Jan? Where are you? Thanks, Joost, to organizing this retreat with us. And so these retreats are in person, and they are important for us to get to know each other and to do real work on how to get those skills ready to draft the policies and just offer our help to the policy team.
Yeah, exactly. And now I want to ask Lucia and Nas to come on stage.
Please, round of applause to Lucia.
Thank you, Claudio. And they're going to stay on stage.
Yeah. There is 5
can you
minutes
hold on
left.
that for a second for me? Because I want to give a special clap to these two. And just bear with me. I'll show you how to do it, how this works. This is a clap I learned in Ghana, and it's a clap that gives special appreciation. So it goes like this. Try with me. Okay, very good. Now what these two will do is they're on the receiving end, right? So when the clap goes and you receive it, you do like this. So the audience goes like this and you do like this. Okay, let's give them a Ghana clap. Thank you to this amazing team.
That's what she's done, right?
All right.
Yeah, Lucia, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, I have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And also a message for the audience. I think the link wasn't working to ask questions, but it does work now, so ask questions.
Very good. So what's ahead in the political priorities process is that it's now your turn. And to help you make an informed choice amongst all these political priorities, that's like 36 one-pagers, and there's other priorities that have not yet been written up, but some of them are really important. You can all see them at the website. So there are panels ahead, 6 panels, 1 per challenge of the 5+1. They're starting soon. These panels we are organizing to make sure that you have a mix of stakeholder and expert views and can take an informed vote in the referendum vote that will be opened at the end of today. So really try to go to as many of these panels as possible. Some of them are at the same time, but I'll tell you more about how to get information. What will be shared with you in the panels is patterns of preference that are already coming up. You've seen this process started in July, right? So it's already coming, things have been happening. The board has done a vote. We will share with you what we think, just to influence you a little bit. Yesterday, the elected officials had a vote. We will share that with you. Is it the same? It will be exciting. There are member survey results. More than 100 members already indicated to us what they think the priorities should be. So what are the members saying? So all of this will be shared, and then there are experts in the panel, external experts. We have moderators, external moderators, and we have voters that will share their views and experiences. And you can join in too in the panels, because we have a Mentimeter at the start where you can let the panel members know what you think the priority should be. And at the end of the panel, you do another quick Mentimeter to see, has the panel been able to shift your views? Next slide. So your engagement really matters. You've seen that these political priorities were developed by voters from across Europe for you. We've clapped already for them. There have been deliberations. People have met in groups, have shared us their views through feedback surveys. This is all going to the GA panels. And this will all lead to a big referendum vote today in which you can say, these are the priorities we think Volt should campaign on. These are the priorities that make us stand out in the political landscape. After that, after we've heard what you think they should be, the policy team will guide us through, as they've shown, find creative solutions to those problems that have been framed for you in the past months. So this is about, you know, what is it that we want to promise to do in the parliament over the next 5 years when we get elected, which we will, because we will be unique. There will also be our regular policy development cycle, so all of this leads to two documents. At the end of the day, we want a short campaign program, a bit like the Amsterdam Declaration that we had in the last European elections. And the other document is an electoral policy program. This is for our elected officials to really have guidance on where we stand on these different, which are the solutions that we want to argue for. So this is all I had to say. So, okay. Am I going to show you? Okay, the first round of panels is coming up.
One second. You're taking my part, Lucia.
Yeah.
How dare you? You're stealing my thunder. What is this?
Sorry.
Please give a hand to Lucia, to Ines, and to Claudio. For all of their hard work. No, indeed, I need this part because I need to tell you. I don't need the mic, exactly. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for musical chairs. There are only 70 seats in Club Room B and in Club Room C. So if you're interested in these particular political priorities, smart state and fundraising, you have 5 minutes to get into that room, and there's 70 seats. So please, get up if you're interested, and it is time to move. For those of you who are interested in global balance, you stay here, and we're going to have a conversation with the people.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Claudio and
The 5 minutes countdown begins.
we have one question actually from you, coming from the the Q&A form, but it's actually a quick one, so I think you can answer pretty quickly. When will we vote on the final electoral program draft? Lea von Domming asks.
When we'll vote on the draft for the electoral program?
Exactly.
Next GA.
Next GA.
Next GA next year, October 2023.
Thank you.
All right.
You're very far away, so can I actually invite you to stretch your muscles and stretch your legs and come closer towards the front. Don't be shy, nothing's going to happen to you. We do not have planned water bucket challenges, so please come closer to the stage. We'd love to have you here. And for those of you who are actually speaking in the panel, can I ask you to come closer as well? We're going to start in just a few seconds. And again, for those of you who are networking, please leave the stage, please leave the room. You can network outside. Alrighty, I'd like to welcome to the stage those of us who are going to be talking a little bit about global balance. And to help us talk about global balance, to talk about this political priority, I am very pleased to welcome Kira Taylor to the stage, who will be moderating this particular session. And I'd like to also invite her to join her, Cecilia Duarte, Linda, and of course our President Rainier, who are going to help us to talk a little bit about global balance. So can you please come to the stage? And I look forward to a very, very exciting conversation.
Well, hello and welcome to the session looking at votes. Is my mic on? Yes. All right, hello again and welcome to the session looking at votes priorities for the 2024 European Parliament elections. In this session, we'll cover the energy transition, climate change, land use and biodiversity, and migration. So we have a lot of topics to get through. We will try and get through them all. I'm Kira Taylor. I'm an energy and environment journalist based in Brussels, and I'll be moderating this session. It will be made up of several parts. I'll start by showing some polling data, showing the issues that the Volt board and members thought should be prioritised. Then I'll introduce our speakers and ask them what their priorities are. While they tell us, I want you guys to be having a think about what your priorities are for the 2024 election. You can use the voting system to submit your response. There will be a Q&A on the screen. You can also go to a website to do it. I'll then go through the responses and we'll see whether our speakers agree. After that, we'll have a quick discussion. And then at the end, I'll ask you to vote again to see if anyone has changed their minds or whether it's reinforced your views. So in this session, we're looking at 6 priorities: the energy transition, the prevention of natural disasters, common migration and refugee policy, climate change mitigation, food security, land use and water access, nurturing global biodiversity, and protecting world ecology. Now, in a poll before today's session, which I hope we can now see on the screen, excellent, the European Board voted to prioritise food security, land use and water access, the energy transition and nurturing global biodiversity. Now, your elected officials didn't quite agree. They were also prioritising the energy transition, but put nurturing global biodiversity a bit higher and also put climate change higher up on that list. And if we go to the next slide, you can see what members have voted to prioritise. Again, the energy transition is very high on this. Climate change mitigation is also key. And common migration and refugee policy is also highlighted. So the energy transition has been highlighted by all 3 groups. I think we can probably understand why. You can see the main differences on the screen there, marked by the red arrows. Those key differences are that Volt members believe that climate change should be prioritised, compared to the board thinking that biodiversity should be. Elected officials also see the issue of land use and food security as much less of a priority. Now, on the next slide, we can also see that climate change mitigation is highly important to the Volt members who voted. Now, you'll have your chance to vote on what your priorities are in a minute. But first, to find out more about these topics, I'd like to introduce our panels. We have Cecilia Sanfillecci, Eigen Advocacy Coordinator at Europe Must Act, Duarte Costa, Co-President of Volt Portugal, Linda Bode, Council Member at Utrecht, Netherlands, Volt, and Rainer van Landskot, Co-President of Volt Europa. Thank you all for joining us. Now I have a very long walk across stage to join you, so if our audience bears with us a minute. Okay, well, thank you for joining us. Now, in a minute, I would ask all of our audience to use the QR code, which should hopefully appear on screen. Yeah. So you can use this, or you can use that web link and the code that's on screen to tell us what your priorities are. Now, while you are doing that, I would like our panel to tell us what their priorities are. So, Cecilia, let's start with you. What do you think should be the priority in the next election, and why?
Hello, can you hear me well? Yeah, first of all, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. So every day, still in 2022, we continue to witness, we continue to document serious human rights violations at the borders of Europe. We continue to witness drownings, deaths, pushbacks, but not only at the borders in Europe. Now, I really believe that migration should be made a priority for the European elections in 2024. People will not stop migrating to Europe, and an increasingly high number of people are going to seek sanctuary in Europe, fleeing climate change, food insecurity, and natural disasters. So, however, migration and the reception of people seeking protection in Europe are still being treated as an emergency. Instead, it's now time for us, for Europe, for member states, to move to a long-term and adequate and sustainable and humane migration regime. Thank you.
And maybe let's go along the line. So if you can pass the mic to Linda, please could you introduce yourself and say what your priorities, or what you think the priority should be for the election?
Yes, thank you for inviting me here. My name is Linda Bode. I'm elected official at the municipality of Utrecht in the Netherlands. And my priority, the first priority, is to nurture global diversity. At my card, there was the question, why Volt? And I wrote down, change the system. Because if you want to make the future together, you have to change and to improve it at the basics, at the core. And I think global diversity is at its core. Without improving that, without having fully focusing on that, everything else will degrade as well. So this is my first priority. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's move the mic down the line. And Duarte, what's your priority for this?
Hello, everyone. I think we all agree that climate change is a major priority, and as we are thinking on how we can address the worries of people, and not everyone worries about climate change like we in Volt do, it's important to pick on points that relate to people's lives in which climate change has an impact. And in that sense, the energy transition is one of the issues that is really impacting people's lives at the moment due to the energy crisis and the fact that our energy grid is not fit for purpose. So if we are reforming it, we should do it in the horizon of climate change, so with the perspective of eliminating fossil fuels from it. So I think this is a priority, but I definitely would not like to see our climate agenda limited to the energy discussion, but definitely this is something that can have a good electoral outcome in my perspective.
Thanks, Duarte. Before diving into my personal priority, let me say that this is my personal opinion, not necessarily the opinion of the board, because we saw that reflected up there, and my personal opinion is slightly different. I would also prioritize migration. In 2015, 2016, I felt so ashamed that we as a continent had nothing more as a response to migration than making the lives of migrants as horrible as possible in a hope that they are not coming. And that actually ignited for me a reason to get into politics. So personally, for me, this is one of the big drivers. And I see that as Volt, we want to be a party that focuses on the long term. If we look in the coming decades, we have, for example, in Nigeria, there will be a moment where there will be more people living there than in the entire EU. So in the coming decades, with the effects of climate change, migration might become a lot bigger than what we've seen so far. And the current system doesn't work at all, let alone if way more people come. So that requires a radical change. And lastly, on a political level, this is a topic that is hijacked by the far right and misused in order to spread fear and hatred. And I think if we can find a way to change that narrative, we win on many fronts.
Thank you. Now, as we can see from the poll, the energy transition is one of the key areas of this. Obviously, a lot of parties are going to be talking about it. It's going to be in voters' minds. How can Volt approach this in a way which is maybe unique or stands out to the voter? Duarte, you mentioned this, so maybe let's start with you.
So I think the energy transition is clearly a hot topic, and it's not going to be cooling off in the next months, at least, up until the election, for sure. But I would, as I said, I wouldn't like to see Volt just focusing on energy, but I believe energy can have the potential to actually touch in a variety of other aspects. For example, on the way we use natural resources, on circular economy, on mobility and transportation, and on redesigning the way we produce and consume goods. So if we look into the energy not just as where is our energy sources come from and how do we have an energy grid, but rather how we change the problem from its root, then we can actually touch on a variety of topics, and we can reach a variety of people that have different concerns.
So really a holistic view of the energy transition.
Yes.
Would anyone else like to come in on this? Yes.
I think, although this will be a topic that many political parties talk about, we as a pan-European movement have the opportunity to really come with a plan that encompasses Europe in its entirety with the energy transition. And I think that can also give us in policies not only the option to be very visionary, but also to propose something that is better than what other political parties can propose.
Thank you. And maybe if we move on to migration, because that's also a key topic that's been raised. What do you think are the key things that Volt needs to be talking about when it comes to migration? Because we're seeing very different types of migration, both from the war in Ukraine and also, like you mentioned, from 2015, 2016, the ongoing migration there. What do you think are the key points that need to be raised? And do you think that the war in Ukraine has changed that narrative?
Yeah, so I think I just want to clarify one thing, that we need to change not only what is done about migration, but only the way we speak and our leaders speak about migration. And right now, the most prominent narrative is that of illegal migration. We often hear speaking about illegal border crossings, illegal migrants. However, I think that we have to remember two key factors in these. First of all, that all people who want to enter a country's territory in order to claim international protection have the right to do so. There is not a legal or illegal way to do it. And the second thing is that the European Union and its member states do not foresee any legal pathway and therefore any safe pathway for people to enter the European territory and then claim asylum. So this is the reason why we continue to see people drowning, dying at our borders. So I think that this is something really, really important in terms of the narrative. But I think that what is arguable and what can actually be done by Volt is the way people are welcomed in our territories. So since 2015 and 2016 until now, we have seen overcrowded and unsanitary hotspot camps being built at the borders of Europe. Currently, there are new prison-like, basically detention centers, camps that are built on the Greek islands and are entirely financed by the European Commission, by the way. I believe that camps are never and can never be a humane, a safe or dignified reception solution. It's not even sustainable for those border countries and those border communities. Instead, what I believe that can be done and what really Volt can help to push is not only a mandatory relocation mechanism, but it is a relocation mechanism based on a municipal approach. There is widespread solidarity among European citizens, communities, and municipalities. And we believe that a community-based, a bottom-up approach to relocation can lead to reception projects that allow better social and labor market integration of people. It also allows for the reallocation of European taxpayers' money into safe and dignified and humane projects. So Volt should, I think one of the priorities for Volt should be to collaborate with local authorities, with mayors who know their communities, who know what the capacities of those communities are, and work towards a direct relocation mechanisms that foresees the direct relocation of people from the borders to the cities.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come in on this?
Thank you. What I want to add to this discussion is that people who come to Europe, they don't want to come to Europe, they want to leave their country. And they'd rather stay there, but there are major reasons they can't. Let's focus on also solving those and see what are the core reasons people are leaving their home countries, coming to Europe. That's one point. The other point, this summer I was in France and I met someone from the UK, and he told me that the UK was always very welcoming to new people, extremely welcoming. Come, join our society. What do you want to do? Because people were seen as individuals who want to contribute to society, who want to have a job, who want to make a decent living, who want to make friends. And this is something we might forget if we look at the number of people coming to Europe. These are all people with their own stories, and they want to contribute. That's what we see with the refugees from Ukraine. They come, well, as far as I see in the Netherlands, they find jobs. And because they're welcome and we want to help, it's not a matter of a migration crisis, it's a matter of helping each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Would anyone else like to comment on this? We can just pass the mic down the line if you want.
I very much agree with what you two said, and I'm very thrilled as a Volter to hear this. And that's actually also one of the reasons why I joined Volt, is to see that there was a party that actually had a humane effort to protect human lives, especially in 2019 when this was more visible to our eyes. Yet I am not sure if Europeans, when they vote, they are touched by this in their moment of deciding who to vote for. And I'm being very blunt here, and I might be wrong. And I would like to Volt to work on this in the European Parliament with many MEPs to push for an agenda on migration. But I believe that to do this, we need to get the votes from people, and we have to make sure that we address their concerns. I collected some data that I shared before this session from two sources of studies that look into what people are concerned with right now. One is the Eurobarometer. It's led by the European Commission, and it checks on what people are asking for or concerned with. And the other one is a study directed to millennials and Gen Z individuals across 46 countries. And the conclusions that I took from there is that Gen Zs, so young people from the age of 18 to 39, they're most concerned with the cost of living, climate change, unemployment, mental health, and sexual harassment. And millennials also care about healthcare, disease prevention, and personal safety. Now, when we look into specific countries in the EU, like Germany, climate change and protecting the environment is the highest worry, and the second one is the cost of living. In Germany, millennials also worry with immigration and displaced populations. So this is interesting, but other countries, I haven't seen it in other countries. In my country, in Portugal, that also rates very highly, but the cost of living is the main preoccupation. And I guess this is also the case for many other countries like Portugal that have a living standard below the European Union average. So I think that at this stage and today we need to vote for priorities that help us elect MEPs, that help us deliver our concerns. But we need the votes of people that are not in this room. And we need to look into the data to see how we can address that. And I believe climate change, if we have an agenda that will enable people to have a better life, to have a lower energy bill, to don't have to pay for public transport, to have more guarantee that they have food security, that they have access to goods, and that the European Union is not led away from its climate agenda, because that's also an actual risk for the 2024 election. I think we have higher chances to elect more MEPs across different countries and have a better role in all these agendas that we care about.
Thank you. We'll get to climate change in a minute, but maybe let's just finish this conversation about migration. So what do you think need to be the priorities when it comes to migration going into the next election?
I think changing the narrative and owning it is one of the primary points. I really like the suggestions that I heard, and it reminded me of an initiative that Damien, our member of the European Parliament, has done in the last years, the Europe Welcomes initiatives, where local communities and local councils could state that they were open to having refugees in their community and welcoming them and welcoming migrants that way. And there were hundreds of local governments that were part of this initiative. And I think pushing something like this, putting the community central and changing the narrative, that's the combination that we should strive for.
Thank you. And maybe we can move on to climate change now. There are a lot of major topics when it comes to climate change, when it comes to overconsumption, circular economy, and then actually mitigating emissions. How can you create that into something which is understandable for voters? Linda, maybe let's start with you, because I think you mentioned this too. But how can you make climate change understandable for voters, and how can you pick up on their desire for it to be mentioned in the political sphere?
Well, good question. We need to understand that climate change is something that's happening every day, and that's why it's not newsworthy. It's the exceptions that which make it to the news. And how to make it understandable? Well, I can't say luckily, but with the natural disasters happening, extreme weather occurrences on a more high frequency, I think it's getting closer to, for all people, understanding what it means. Lately, I read an article saying this is one of the coolest summers you had for the next years. So that's something to take in mind when thinking of what is happening. And I think for Volt, maybe we should explain and also talk with people about the chain reaction of events, the things that are happening. If something is not working, something breaks down, there's a reaction on another part, and that's what we need to talk about with everybody, because that's what's happening right now, and it's sometimes going very slowly, sometimes fast, but that's something that everybody needs to know.
Thank you. I think climate change, when it's spoken about, everyone can say they're concerned about it, everyone can say we're going to reduce emissions, but because it's so far in the future, actually sometimes you don't really need evidence, or you don't need to say how, and promises can be quite vague. Maybe let's move to Duarte and then Reina. How can Volt talk about climate change and put forward priorities without greenwashing, as it were?
Yeah, I think I disagree a bit with you that climate change is not something of the future, it's something of right here, right now. We've seen that this summer, I think most of us in this room have experienced forest fires, floods, droughts, and a threat on our resources. So I think the problem, and this is your point, is completely right. Our politicians, they talk about climate change as if it is a future problem. We have future deadlines, we have future commitments, and we are not doing nothing right now. And that's what Volt needs to bring into the table. We want action right now. And the people that care for climate change, the people that go out on the streets striking and demonstrating, and really, even in these studies, for example, on millennials and Gen Z, are the young people, but these people, they struggle, they don't vote. A lot of young people, there are studies that do this, obviously this is a reality that varies across Europe, but I myself, I was in climate strikes, and when I was talking about politics with these people that are highly motivated on climate change, they believe that the change is not going to come through politics, through politicians and through political parties. And this is a huge issue. So for us, it is very challenging, but we have to demonstrate that we are a young political party, as in we have attracted many young people, and we are not going to be the same as the other political parties that talk about climate change as a future issue, but we will make it something transversal to different policies. For example, to migration policies, we need to make sure that the trade deals that we have in the EU are not destroying natural resources in our trade partners to prevent people having to flee from their countries. We need to make sure that climate change ensures social equality and fights energy poverty so that people actually live better because of our climate policies, and the same on transportation, and the same on food, and the same of a variety of aspects that actually people care. But no one has brought this narrative forward, really. Our politicians talk about climate change, but concretely, no one has seen a climate policy that has directly impacted positively their lives. And if we do this, I think we win people for the long term.
Thank you. And that echoes some questions which we've had in from the audience talking about the immediacy of this. Another thing that has been asked is how much we should prioritize nature and biodiversity. So maybe, Rainy, you'd like to talk about the approach to climate change and also nature and biodiversity. Just a small question there.
Yeah, I was surprised actually that the biodiversity in the prioritization came up lower than I expected, because it frightens me more than climate change does even. But also another complication when prioritizing is that all these problems are so intertwined that it's, I think, essential that we come up with a holistic vision for it. And I call that humanity has to live in balance with nature, and we are far from that. There's a historian that I admire, a Belgian historian. His name is David van Rijbroek. He wrote a book about, it's called Against Elections, about citizen empowerment and about sortition methods and citizen assemblies. Highly recommended. He also recently wrote a book called The Colonization of the Future. And I saw a presentation about it. I haven't read the book yet, but in that he said, when we think of a couple of 100 years ago and our ancestors colonized other continents, then if you think of it now, you're like, how bizarre was that? Why would they just think that they could go somewhere and say, no, this is now mine? But he says, actually, that's how people in 200 years will look at us and will say how bizarre that they can claim all these materials from the earth and kill nature and biodiversity, and with that, they are colonizing the future. And that's happening right now. So why this backstory? I think it's necessary for us to be holistically in the proposals about how we want to balance the nature with humanity on Earth. And another comment, maybe a bit more general, is that Volt's 2019 electoral program was really visionary. We were at the forefront of policy making, and we see that reality has caught up, but also other political parties have caught up. What I hope is that we can create a political party program for the next 5 years, which is equally visionary. And that also means looking at climate mitigation a lot, because we will not stay within the 1.5 degrees. It will only become worse and worse. So if we see the we look ahead 10, 20 years, what developments do we see, and how can we already create policies that we can implement now to address those future climate developments, then I think we can really be as visionary as I would like Volt to be.
Thank you. So to summarise what we've heard from our panel just before we move to closing statements, we're hearing a lot about solving the issues of the future, which actually we're beginning to see today when it comes to things like climate change. We have to solve them now, and that needs a visionary set of priorities when it comes to the election, but also when it comes to migration, needing very humane ways of dealing with it, and also treating people as humans, but also as people who could be valuable to society. So we'll move on to our closing statements, but I have a task for our audience while they are going on. We want to know whether what you've heard just now has changed your opinion about what the priorities should be. So once again, you will see the QR code on the screen, or you can go to the website and use the code. And while we're hearing our closing statements, I would like you to say what you think the priorities should be. So while you're doing that, Duarte, you have the mic. Do you want to give your closing statement?
Okay, so I believe that it's very hard for you and for us to stand for only one priority. I do think that we have to be holistic. I would like Volt to have a priority that enables us to touch a variety of other priorities that are here. And in that sense, as I said in the beginning, I believe energy, we need to talk about energy in a different way from the one we've been talking before. We've always talked about energy as specifically energy, but we need to talk about energy in a holistic perspective. So energy in the transport sector, energy in the circular economy, and in ways that touches things like natural resources, biodiversity, our relationship with nature. Energy as well in a social perspective, energy poverty, how can we improve people's lives and people's purchase power. So I believe if I would have to choose one out of all these priorities, and as a climate expert as well, and looking at the data that I looked on people's concerns, I would go for the energy transition. And believe me, I am the kind of person that cares more personally about biodiversity, migration, water resources. That's also what I've been working on in Portugal, but I think here is more strategic.
Thank you. Raina, maybe let's go to you next.
That was very convincing. It now makes me also doubt my own priorities, actually. I felt like I've talked quite a bit already, so maybe I would prefer actually to give more time to the other panelists to talk a bit more about their priorities.
Can we hear one priority though?
I switch then to the energy transition.
Thank you.
I'm not going to switch. And I know it's a closing statement, but I also want to make a remark which I haven't heard yet, and I think it's important because we do have great visions. And I fully believe that our next election program will be as visionary as the last one. But we need to make it specific. What can people do? What can we do? And I think everybody on its own and in a group can change the future. Just by doing your day-to-day actions, rethinking them and thinking, what can I change in the way I work, in what I buy, in how I live? And that's just a small step for us, but when we all do it, it's a big one forward. So I stick to global biodiversity. And that's because yesterday I learned it's based on facts and knowledge. And that's the one when breaking down to what we should do, don't forget to put our science, knowledge, experiences of people in that. So we're more than a party of just opinions and views. We also have the basic fundamental arguments why we are looking, having some perspectives in the way we do right now.
And Cecilia, we can come to you next.
Well, I fully agree with Duarte when you said that we need a holistic approach, holistic solution, and I definitely don't think that that migration should be the only priority. I really believe that all these topics, all these issues that we've been discussing today are strictly intertwined with each other, that we cannot speak about migration without speaking about energy transition or about climate change. I just really believe that what is important for voters to try to communicate is that it's not us versus them. It's not climate change, safeguarding our future, or letting people in. All these things, all these priorities can be taken forward together. So I definitely think climate change is one of the biggest threats we face at the moment as human beings. But this is sort of my message that I want to send today.
Thank you. And we can now see the results of our poll. So again, energy transition is very highlighted. I think that will be something which is still in people's minds. People are beginning to see their bills coming in, and data from the European Commission is saying that the energy crisis will continue. It's going to be something which is probably going to be in voters' mind for quite a long time. Climate change mitigation, again, very high here, higher than the board had it. I think we've heard from our panel today that it is a really key thing, and it feeds into all of these other ideas, from needing the energy transition to help mitigate climate change, to preventing more climate refugees, but also the idea of migration and refugee policy, trying to work on a way of making that more humane and working with people to do that. I think we're still seeing global biodiversity a bit lower, possibly not what some people on the panel would think, but personally I'm beginning to see that the conversation is dropping a bit on that. People aren't so aware of it because people are so concerned by climate change, and particularly by the energy transition at the moment. We actually have a few minutes left, so I might do something a bit unconventional and pass the mic back to Raina, because you did a short closing statement. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you to comment on what has come in from our audience and what you think needs to be Volt's priorities as you go ahead.
Thank you. I think actually we started with nurture global biodiversity at the bottom. So Linda, you were very convincing, thankfully. That makes me happy, because for me it's also, at least it grew a couple of steps, and I'm happy about that, because I think it's you have this powerful image of these waves. Maybe you've seen it before. It's like a comic of a wave, and the first wave was COVID, and then there's a bigger wave behind it with a recession. There's a bigger wave behind it, climate change, and then the biggest wave that comes behind it is the biodiversity crisis. And 5 times in the past couple of billion years, it has happened that there was a mass extinction, and we are in the middle of the 6th mass extinction. Every minute, I believe, 8 different species die. I'm not 100% sure if that's actually correct, but something close to that. And that for me is such a bizarre fact to think of, that we are in the middle of this mass extinction, and if we act now, we can still at least make the suffering for humanity as little as possible, but it's quite certain that there will be a lot of suffering because of the biodiversity loss. So I'm happy that it grew a couple of spots, and I have a short hope that in the actual results at the end of this weekend, it will be a bit higher even.
Well, thank you for that. Would anyone else like to comment on that final poll?
I have an idea. It's a bit maybe disruptive, and maybe for the policy European team. I think these priorities are quite specific. Maybe internally they work well so that we know what we're talking about, but I think in terms of campaign, we need to talk more holistically, as we said here. And I would like something on the like similar to Volt wants to improve people's lives by protecting the planet. And when we think about improving people's lives, we think about refugees, we think about energy poverty, we think about improving daily lives of people that have to commute, people that want to telework and they can't, people that struggle with their bills, people that want to be able to afford more sustainable options and they are always more expensive. And also protect the planet, so changing the system from the root. So I think if we are able to really talk about things holistically and not just whether if it's biodiversity or energy, because I feel horrible here having to stand for one thing and seems like we are not standing for the rest. And I think the voter will also feel that way. So we really have to be holistic and pick elements that enable us to communicate it that way.
So approaching it as a whole thing.
Yeah.
Would anyone else like to comment?
Yeah, just some data about a Eurobarometer. You also mentioned it before, Duarte. So according to the recently released Eurobarometer, 70% of European citizens are in favor of a common asylum system and migration policy. So this really doesn't seem under discussion. However, 75%, if I'm not mistaken, 75% of European citizens also are in favor of strengthening the external borders. So I think this is not only a matter of making something a priority, but really shaping the way that we want it to be in the future. It's really about bringing about change, the change that we envision for Europe in the next decades.
Okay, thank you. So from this, we're hearing approach all of these together very holistically, listen to people maybe who haven't voted for Volt before, maybe who are outside, and really make it appealing to them, but look at improving people's lives, and these are the ways to do it. Well, thank you so much to all of our panelists for joining us. Thank you to our audience for all of your voting and sending your questions in. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and remember to head to the referendum session at 4:45 this afternoon, where Volt will share the highlights from this panel, but also all of the other panels, including the one which has been going on at the same time as this. So thank you all for joining us.
Please give a warm hand to our panel. So, you go out this way, my friend. The time for musical chairs is upon us again, I think, right?
Absolutely, absolutely, because now we have just a couple minutes so you can put yourself together, have some coffee, and we're starting in 15 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
In 15 minutes, another round of workshops starts here on the main stage. You can join the Economic Renaissance panel discussion in the Club Room B, Social Equality panel discussion, or in Club Room C, Governance Q&A. If you haven't seen or if you haven't been there quite yet, the club rooms are on this floor. Just step outside and see the navigation on the screens.
Yep, and remember that there's about 70 seats in each of the club rooms, so if you are interested in those conversations, make sure to get in early, because it is indeed a game of musical chairs.
Absolutely. We get it. You gotta pee, you gotta drink something, but like chop chop. Because the space is limited.
So, whilst the voters are kind of moving around, and to kind of keep those of us on the social, rather in kind of streaming with us, so those of you who are online, we do see you. Hi. I hope you're enjoying the GA. Hope you've enjoyed the presentation so far.
Oh, absolutely. I know I did.
Excellent. So actually, the one thing which we haven't done much of is talking about my co-host.
Or my co-host. I'm pretty sure I didn't even say my name.
So, what is your name?
My name is Barbara. Hello, everybody again. I'm from Volt, Czechia. And who are you?
So I'm Kim Smouter, and I come from Volt Belgium chapter. And really, from what perhaps those of you on the screen don't realize, is that you're a new Volter.
I am. I've been with Volt for like, what, month and a half or something? Yeah.
Isn't that incredible? So as you can see, in 1 month and a half,
and I'm here.
You're on the stage.
And I'm here talking to all of you. And it's a great honor, to be honest. It's an honor, it's pleasure, it's everything. It's everything. Like Volt is love, and Volt is energy, and this is...
It's incredible. And
I'm speechless, and that doesn't happen to me.
Well, you know, I was there at the previous GA, and this room has grown in size by like 200%, but so has the audience. So it's a growing movement. We are alive and kicking.
Yeah, you can see it, you can tell, and it's amazing. Kim, you said you were on the previous GA, but that's not the only one you've been to, am I right?
I've been to several GAs. I've been involved with Volt since the last European elections when we elected Damien as our first MEP. And that was thanks, of course, to the European voters. But he's been doing some amazing work since then, trying to make sure that Volt has an impact moving forward.
Absolutely. So you see you have a newbie and a seasoned veteran, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm not seeing any silver hair just yet, but I guess it's going to start coming soon.
Well, yeah, there is Volt Silver, so that's perfectly fine for you, you know.
Do we want to talk about what silver might mean for those who are perhaps listening for the first time?
Absolutely.
So,
well, I would like to learn more, as you know.
So, Silver Vote is one of our diversity groups, and we have lots and lots of them actually, which are helping voters who are interested in helping to expand and connect particular communities with the Volt movement.
Awesome. So Volt Silver, what does that really mean?
Volt Silver is for those who are 50 plus and have a slight bit of silver mesh in their hair.
And what are other groups like Volt Silver for those who don't know? Because I do, obviously, right?
Of course. I don't know if there's actually even a young one, so I think you could fit that one. Like for babies and things
I mean,
like that?
I love you for saying that, but I'm afraid not.
Well, there's also one, I think, so for the LGBTIQ plus community.
Wow.
There's also one for overall diversity groups as well. There's also one for the Roma. There's also one for the Jewish community. There's also one for the biggest majority of all, women.
Yay!
The women of Volt.
The women of Volt and all of the other groups. Did I hear cheers?
I heard a cheer. Somebody is actually paying attention to what we're saying.
You can, of course, join any of the groups if you see yourself as a good fit and if you would like to learn more and be active again in another way.
So, Barbara, can you teach those of us who are online some things about like how to say certain things, perhaps in Czech? Like how do we say hello in Czech?
Well, okay. I had this conversation just yesterday with some people in the pub.
Okay.
There are two
in the pub.
ways.
That's a great place to learn that language.
If you would greet just Volters or more informally, like people that you know, we say ahoy.
Ahoy!
You've heard that one before.
Ahoy!
So you say ahoy, but if you step into a restaurant or a shop, you don't want to be rude, you say dobrý den.
Dobrý den.
Perfection.
Ahoy and dobrý den. Okay. I think we're going to have to challenge, the different Volt chapters later this afternoon to see who can say Czech words the best. We might need that for the public action we're going to be doing later this afternoon.
Absolutely, and I am absolutely ready to judge you guys.
They're not even aware that the pop quiz is coming around the corner.
Well, surprise, surprise. That's for, not listening to what we have to say now.
Exactly. So we still are kind of helping the different Volters moving to the different spaces. Remember, the time is ticking. And remember that we will start sharp on time on this stage. And I think you're going to be leading that particular conversation. So, looking at the time, how much time is left?
I have no idea.
12:06.
12:06, which means 8 minutes to go. Yeah, no.
Talk to me about Prague. Like, what makes it such a nice city to live in?
Whoa. Well, to me, obviously, I've lived in Prague my entire life, and it's still one of my favorite places on earth. Like, I love the history, I love the people here, but it's still, it's cozy in a way.
Yeah.
It's like a bit more chill, and for those who are watching us on stream, if you haven't been here, just come anytime, let us know in Volt, Czechia, and we would be so honored to guide you around and have you here with us.
It's amazing. And having arrived last evening, it's been also great weather. So having the city with like the autumnal colors, walking down the Charles Bridge and seeing all the streets in all of their beautiful colors, it's been really inspiring. And indeed, as you say, you guys are really welcoming people as well.
Really? Well, maybe, yeah. I mean, we absolutely are, at least like in Volt and us guys. Sure. We had a bit of a technical break. Yeah, we are amazing people. Like, I love us. You love us. Just come and visit. That's all I can say to that.
Exactly.
And you are absolutely incredible. And like, I love the energy. I really, really do. Like, yes, we are now talking pretty much to an empty-ish room, but like, it doesn't matter. Like, you can feel it. You can feel it buzzing. And
the other question I have for you, like, you're a new Volter, so maybe those of you who are watching on the stream might actually be new to Volt or might be thinking about joining Volt. Kind of, what's been your most inspirational moment since you've arrived?
Well, that's really, okay, this sounds like such an easy question, but it's really, really not. Because I feel like I'm inspired by Volt and Volters every single day. Like, okay, it sounds like a cliche, it sounds cheesy, but it's actually true. Like, you get to meet people from different places, different backgrounds, different nationalities, genders. Everybody's different. Everybody has their story. Everybody has their reasons for being involved. Everybody's involved in a different way, and it's just been a blast talking to these people. Some of them you wouldn't meet in any other way. So, yeah, Volt is life, and it fills me with so much joy. And joining these social actions on Thursday and on Friday, and just seeing this like family.
Yeah.
Volt's family, like this atmosphere of just like, I don't have an issue just like barging in the room and saying like, hey, here I am, let's talk. You probably have noticed that. But the acceptance of people, everybody is eager to talk to you. The energy is just, it's been incredible, and it will keep on being incredible. And I'm so hopeful because I see it. Because damn it, this is it. This is it. We are the future.
And it's great to have you as part of the journey, I have to say.
Thank you. And I'm so glad I can join you on that journey myself.
And we're going to have, are you part yet of any of the European policy team group, for example, and those types of things, or is that still something that has to happen?
Yeah, that's still something that has to happen. Come on, like.
Yeah? For those of you who don't know how Volt works, there is, so you have your local city chapter, so you can actually join your local city and you can do things at the city level, but there's also then the national chapter, and there you have policy teams, communications teams, diversity teams, etc. So you have lots of different opportunities to get involved, and you can also really like specialize or generalize. I generalize and then specialize. Let's do the right hand gestures. And you can do that at the local level, the European level, the national level. I think what's really cool at Volt is that you don't have to have like, okay, you have to spend 10 years down at the city level, and you do the city level, and then maybe we'll promote you to get to the European level. No, here everything is the same level. You can just join whatever you want. The more hands, the merrier, and I think that's a really cool attitude that we have.
We need bodies and we need brains.
Exactly. So I think the clock is ticking. It's almost time for the new panel, I guess, to start.
Yeah, we are getting close. I can see some people are slowly getting ready, but there's still a lot of movement.
Yeah.
I really don't have a watch, so I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't have a watch? Well, how much are you paying for my watch?
I got you a snack.
That's true, actually. I got breakfast thanks to bars, otherwise I would have been fainting in front of stage, which would have been horrible.
We get 4 minutes.
So colleagues who are in the room, just remember that in 4 minutes the next round of workshops is starting. 70 places per club room, so it is a game of musical chairs. And the song is about to finish, I think.
Absolutely. Like you can, of course, you can stay here if you're interested in the economic renaissance panel discussion, but if you're more interested in governance Q&A or social equality panel discussion, like you can actually, you know, like you see that I'm reading it from the prompter, but you can actually read it behind me. So you know what's happening, so either stay here or join the workshops in Club Room B or Club Room C. Jesus Christ. And we
don't forget about Mohammed.
You are right. Oh my God. Oh, my science, I guess?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I do have a bit of a foot and a mouth problem occasionally, so.
it proves that you're human, and it proves that we're doing this live without any rehearsal whatsoever.
Yeah, fuck, it's happened. So it's live. Yeah, okay, I just swore. Perfect.
Well, now that I've supported you for this amazing time, I think it's time for me to enjoy a break. So I'm going to give you all other responsibilities, Your Majesty.
Thank you so much. But you know what? Let's just give these nice people a minute.
That's entirely up to you. You're the master of their lunch break.
Yeah. Yeah, I will see you here at 1 p.m. again.
See you at 1.
I will be back in, 3 minutes? I think we did good. Oh, shit. We are about to begin with the Economic Renaissance panel discussion. So find your seats. I'll give you a few more seconds. Okay, I'm not ashamed to use. Okay, it's 12:15 and we are about to start the panel. So let me ask our moderator, Fredo Rockwell, on the stage. Yay, don't leave me hanging. Who joined by Luke Holland, Jenny Peckord, Francesca, and Lawrence Dassin. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. And I will let you take over now. See you in a bit.
Hello. Hi, my name's Fredo Rockwell. I'm a YouTuber. I'm not a member of Volt, unfortunately, but I did make a video about Volt, and someone just came up to me a moment ago and said that they saw it, and I'll be making a video about today, and this weekend as well, so check that out. So we have a panel, but I've got a few slides to show you first, and I'm not sure, have you guys all been introduced? I was told you'd be introduced, but yeah, so. Can we introduce ourselves? Yeah, could you quickly just run through who you are so everyone knows?
Right? Oh, okay. My name is Luke Holland. I'm a network manager with Tax Justice Network.
Jenny Davis-Pécu. I'm an advisor on sustainability and responsibility topics with large corporates and governments.
Laurens Dassen, I'm part of the Dutch Volt team in the Tweede Kamer.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Francesca Romana D'Antuono. I am the co-president of Volt Europa.
Cool. Okay, so we've got quite a panel for us today. So first I'm going to show you a couple slides. I think if you went to a session just now, you're probably familiar with maybe how this works, but so Mentimeter votes have been taken from two groups about the priorities. There's the European board, and then there's elected officials. One thing that could confuse you, if you're like me, is that the colors are not consistent on each one. So tax justice is actually in the top position for both of them. Luke, wow, your work is cut out for you. It's no problem here. Do we even need you here? No, I'm just kidding. So tax justice is on the top, despite the fact one's blue and one's pink. But there is some difference below that. Oh no, future and work is the same. So those two are the two top priorities. So again, that's the European board and elected officials. So then if we take a look at what the broader membership has supported, ooh, tax justice. Third place, that's still pretty good, still towards the top, but as you can see, future of work is in fourth. So at the top, sustainable prosperity and global competition and single market are at the top. So that's the difference. And it's my understanding that this is the vote that ultimately will matter, the membership, because Volt is democratic. And so we're going to have a discussion where we discuss, which ones really should be in first place, which ones should be top, in just a moment. There we go. So I had some trouble understanding this because in Britain everything's first past the post and we don't use all these fancy voting systems. But this basically means that for sustainable prosperity, a lot of people put it in the top position. As opposed to people who put it down towards the bottom, because you were all ranking it for different, in different orders. So that's one that has a really strong appeal to a lot of members, which is why it came out in first place. Oh, and there we go. That's the only slide I've got on that. So now, if you want to, you can go and vote on the Mentimeter now. Please correct me. People, I'm doing this right? Okay, good. Okay, and we'll just leave that for just a moment. While you hold up your phones. So on my videos, one of the things I do when I'm not making videos about Volt is I ask important people what their favorite flavor of ice cream is. And I will have you know that I have had a letter from King Charles. This was a few years ago, before he was king. His favorite flavor is organic vanilla, which he happens to sell through a company he owns, so he was like promoting his ice cream in his letter to me. And our Queen Camilla likes chocolate chip. She wasn't towing the company line. Anyway, so there we go. There's the QR code. Has everyone got this? Ready to move on? Okay. Oh, that's the last one. So maybe we go.
The Mentimeter is controlled by
so I just leave this now?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So we're moving, yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to ask our panelists, does anyone have any initial reactions to, like, say, the vote? The one that stuck out to me the most was tax justice. Might as well ask Luke. And also, just one thing to consider that is this is something that you guys need to choose not only just because it's important, and I think all of these issues are important. There's no dud issue up there that everyone thinks is stupid. They're all important. So which ones are going to win you votes? Which ones are going to help establish your identity because you're still a relatively new party and people don't know you yet? And which ones are for a low information voter? That's a term we use in America, where I'm originally from. The people who really don't pay attention to an election until the very end, and maybe get most of their ideas from news and things like that. Who are those people going to, what issues are they going to respond to the most? Because that can make up the bulk of voters in an election. So, Luke.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I mean, it's super exciting that tax justice ranks so highly in those polls, and I mean, it's not surprising that for some people at the same time it comes a little bit lower because, to be blunt, taxation policy is not sexy. It's not exciting, and when most people think about taxation, or as you're talking about voters, if you knock on a door and somebody answers and you say, "We're from Vote and we want to talk to you about taxation policy," it's just, it doesn't provoke a lot of excited emotion. But the thing is, taxation policy really is where the rubber hits the road in terms of what governments are doing. I mean, there's always a lot of rhetoric about justice and fairness and equal opportunities and all that. But if you want to see, I mean, there's the former special rapporteur on extreme poverty to the UN, Philip Alston, I remember once saying, if you want to know what a government's real priorities are, look at their taxation policy, because that's where you find it. It's it's what they're doing on tax that determines who they're preferencing and who they're not preferencing. And I think that while going in with a framing on, and we want to talk about taxation policy can turn people off, I would say two things. People are very enthusiastic generally about the issue of the system being unfair. The system is rigged. People know that. They know it more and more and more. And taxation policy is the way it's rigged to a certain extent. And we talk a lot in Tax Justice Network and in the Tax Justice Movement about the 4 R's of just taxation, which are revenue, redistribution, repricing, and representation. Redistribution is one of the fundamental roles of taxation. If we're not dealing with the inequality crisis without radical reform to taxation policies everywhere, it's not the only element, but it's fundamental and it's central. We're not dealing with the climate crisis effectively without getting into really meaningful repricing of goods and extractives through taxation. I mean, it's fundamental to both those crises. And the other thing, the final one, is representation. And taxation is the social contract in some ways. It's because, and a lot of research has been done, there's a big body of evidence now that the lower tax an economy is, the less democratic participation you have, because we pay taxes, we get angry because the government is spending our money badly, and we act. So it really is fundamental to all of these crises, and I think really needs to be in the center. So I hope it'll get up to the top of that last poll. It's a pretty...
What we are discussing right now is part of a big transition that will be very difficult in the coming years, because we are facing now a big energy crisis. And the energy crisis has a big impact also on the internal market, but it again also has a big impact on global competition. Because what is happening right now is that within Europe there are a lot of companies, valuable companies, also for our strategic autonomy, for our future earnings, but also green companies that are way ahead of the world market, but are standing still because they cannot afford to pay the gas prices at this moment. And And what you see is that because they are standing still, that production is shifted towards China, towards India, towards the United States. And exactly there, they don't have the same rules and regulations towards the environment. So it's also a big issue on the sustainable prosperity side. But there I see a big challenges ahead of us, because at this moment, and I think that we also should have a discussion within Volt, it's not clear who is making sure that we have a clear image of our future, of what should be part of our future economy. And currently, this is being addressed only by the market. The market determines at this moment which company can work and which company needs to stand still. And in my opinion, that is not the way we should look at the market at this moment. There should be more, how do you say, regie? More coordinated efforts from government to ensure that we maintain the companies for the future at this moment, because else we will also lose the competition with China, with the United States and with India, and that will have a big impact on the climate crisis as well. So that is a bit my 2 cents.
All right, so I was hoping to disagree a bit more with you, but I actually don't disagree. I very much agree. I must say, so the way I personally look at this is that tax justice might not be that sexy, but I agree is where you crack the code, like where actually So the way I think we should look at this is a change of the system and then the impact that it has on
order to make sure that they can still do their groceries. So I think these are also things that we can easily explain, and how tax injustice is being shown. And I think it's also being done with regards to climate. I mean, we do not tax everything in the right way, because the true cost, the true pricing of products are often not included, and often are not taxed. And I think also within that there are so much possibilities to improve the tax system. And one last thing I would add to that, which is, I'm not sure, because I'm not sure if it's across Europe the same, but in the Netherlands you see that the first thing, of the best way to accumulate wealth is by inheriting it. So most wealth accumulation is done through inheritance. I mean, that is not a fair thing. And if you look at the way it's taxed within the Netherlands, it's very low. So if you have an inheritance of a few thousand euros, it's okay, it's free. But if you go to 5 million, you pay the same tax amount if you inherit 100,000 euros. And to me, that is not a fair system. So I think also within taxes, we should look at it in a more progressive way in order to build a more just and sustainable society.
So coming last is a bit uneasy when we have such brilliant speakers on stage, but I am really not proud to say that I come from Italy, where the inheritance tax is the lowest in the EU. So I really understand what you are talking about. Now, if we speak about how to discuss this, right, with citizens. Before we went on stage, Luc was telling me, well, you know, I'm happy to see that tax justice ranks so high, because usually it's not that interesting of a topic. But I said, okay, but this is a particular audience. We are here because we care, because we want to create change. And then I think one of the things we can do is shifting the narrative. So it's not about tax more or less. That's the usual liberal versus socialist discussion that we also have at times. But about doing this better. So more or less is not really the topic here. System change is the topic. And once you have made the system fairer, how do you proceed? You know, we're not conservatives. We're not aiming at preserving the system that we have now. What we're aiming at preserving is well-being for people. Actually, not preserving, but enlarging that, having more people that can benefit of economic prosperity. And so that everybody coming together can really create a system that works better for everyone. And here I think is where sustainable prosperity comes in. There are so many opportunity, even business opportunity, frankly, that come from the green transition. I don't think we should look at this only in terms of opportunity. This is really a matter of life and death, but there is also a side where we can really gain something from this transformation. And you know, when big changes come, you're either submerged by the big wave, or you can surf it and lead the way. And I think there is really potential in the European Union to lead the way, to be the ones that open the road for a system change and for sustainable prosperity. Now, very briefly, I'm gonna conclude. This again, to me, has to have then a reflection in the life of people. If we speak taxes, I'm going to go back to the topic I said before. All the women here pay taxes on their period. This is also something we might want to rethink. People with disability pay more taxes because they're hidden here and there in the things you don't get from the healthcare system, or in the things you need to pay for yourself. People with children pay more taxes, you know, so there's really operation that we have to make of opening our eyes and look at things as they are. There's no one size fits all. We have the opportunity to create this kind of change.
Cool. Okay, we have some questions which are being sent in over here. I don't know the system, but we've had some questions come in and possibly from online. So I'm going to read one of them out. So this addresses something that's been said recently. Windfall taxes are an excellent idea, but this is already being encouraged and coordinated at the EU level. How can we go further with ambition as Volt and stay ahead of the curve of the options being discussed in Brussels? So are windfall taxes enough? Is that distinctive for Volt? Is what I think Lawrence talked. Yeah.
No, and that was exactly my point, that we plead for it, and I'm very happy that they are now being built in. Being ahead of the curve is, I think, very important, and that was also the plea I made before. Because what you see right now happening, because of the crisis, the energy crisis is deepening and the inflation is rising everywhere, you see there's a big difference happening in Europe. You see that the Germans are able to put down a package of 200 billion to save their economy and to ensure that people are able to are compensated. But at the same time, you see the Prime Minister of Slovakia saying, okay, if we do not get more support, our full economy will be shut down. And there's a big difference. Because at this moment, you see I think at the beginning of this year, you saw the unity of Europe was also the strength in putting down the sanctions, in giving weapons to the Ukraine, in supporting the war. The unity was the strength of the European Union. But at this moment you see that there's a difference showing up within the European Union. And I think this is a big, there's a big role for Volt in this discussion, because what we want to ensure is that the unity and solidarity within the European Union remains. And Damian already made a plea for this as well, to have a unity fund, to ensure that also on a European level there are funds so that we can ensure that corporations, companies, but also industry that we want to have for the future are still being recovered and being saved for the future, and at the same time that people that will be in this winter without lunch, without groceries, not being able to pay their energy prices, are being supported and compensated. So we are pleading for a new RRF 2.0 to ensure that this crisis will be dealt with on a European level and not on a national level. I'm sorry.
Jenny, there's one here that's probably good for you. And I know you're not a Volt member, so think hypothetically. How does Volt position itself to ensure the key success factors for both people and companies? And I thought of this because you were talking about sustainable development or sustainable prosperity, sorry. How does Volt ensure that companies are not disadvantaged too much and that they're encouraged as well as normal people, I guess? How do we make this future more prosperity, or more, sorry, how do we ensure sustainable prosperity, I guess, essentially?
Yeah, look, people and companies are fundamentally intertwined, and actually private sector companies provide 85% of the employment, for example, around the world. And so it's not true that if companies win, people win, but it is true if people win, companies can win, because actually these are the people who are there in your workforce and driving the innovation, the engagement, and the impetus, and they can either be engaged or disengaged. And so I think there is a big question for companies around how do you help your employees, who are also citizens, feel inspired as well as reassured through, for example, the energy transition. So you have people in different regions around Europe who will be fearing for their jobs as you transition from fossil fuels to renewables, for example. So what is the future of work proposition that Volt is trying to bring forward as you think about the kinds of transitions that employees will need to go through? And it isn't just, from one region to another. There's a whole set of new skills that people need to learn as they work within their companies to make this transition, to actually think about decisions not just with a profit lens, a cost lens, but also bringing sustainability considerations into how they make decisions. And that actually requires new training, new skills, and that is also something which I think Volt can advocate for in terms of reskilling and training and education. And of course, there is a question about the tax, finally, in terms of corporations, whether it's corporation tax, whether it's pricing in the externalities, Lawrence, that you were talking about, to make sure that we have the right kind of resources at our disposal, but also incenting the right behaviors. And so how do those you said, in one of your 4 R's is redistribution, and that actually can come in all kinds of different ways, but also thinking through what you're using those tax dollars for, and is it encouraging the move into the brighter future, which is not just for companies, but also for people and citizens.
Cool. We've got one more question, I think. And this...
Can I shortly respond to that? Because I also have a question. Because quickly, I think you addressed a fundamental key thing in the transitions that we are heading for. Namely, that we have not the skilled workforce at the moment to make the transitions. As I look in the Netherlands, there's a big problem with people that can work on the energy nets, I'm not looking for the English word, but that technical skilled personnel. We are missing them, and they are the people that really can help us make these transitions. And we are looking now at, okay, do we think that all jobs within society are even important? Do we believe that we should be able to, or should we think that we should help people move in the directions where we also think that society needs them the most, in the energy transition, in the climate crisis, and how then do we do that?
Well, I do think there is an interesting opportunity for business and government to work together here, actually, because if you think about where you want Europe to be on the positioning, and clearly Europe has taken a very forward positioning when it comes to sustainability, climate and energy transition, as well as a lot of social transitions, by the way, it's not just environmental, then actually it becomes a joint kind of corporate and government opportunity to collaborate around what are the skills that we need to build if we think about the Europe that we want to have in the future. And it's not that one job is better than another job, it's just that as you think about how we're transitioning, you need new skills, and there may be some skills that we've needed in the past which aren't going to be as relevant. So how actually can you work together? Companies are looking for workers as much as governments are looking for their people to have kind of flourishing employment. And so there actually is quite a win-win if you can think strategically, not in each nation, and of course the Netherlands is one example, but across Europe, what would that look like in terms of the skills that you would want to have to support the Europe of the future? And the transitions are well known, where we need to get to in 2030, 2040, 2050 along climate, along materials, along social challenges. And so translating that into almost you could call it a future of work plan, which is not just a future of work in terms of inclusiveness, but a future of work in terms of skills, could be quite an interesting opportunity also to position Volt as a pragmatic party which is looking to collaborate to make the practical changes that the society needs to see and wants to see.
Just to add it. 10 seconds. It's just also worth pointing out that when it comes to the international aspects of mass levels of tax abuse and illicit financial flows and everything that flows across borders, small and medium-sized enterprises and all of their associations are, by and large, vehemently in favor of really radical measures of reform and greater transparency to stop all this, because they don't have access to what Apple has. They can't structure a big global system to hide everything away, so it's a competitive disadvantage for them that all that exists. So there are areas of this, the tax justice agenda that an awful lot of people in the business sector really want.
Okay, I think, thanks very much for that and for the questions that we got to. I think we've got the mini-meter results. Oh, no, wait, no, you need to vote on them again. Sorry, I forgot.
Can I still make one plea if we don't have them yet? Because taxing is, of course, very important. But I think we should also look at the way we form our future. And I haven't heard anyone talk yet about innovation, about R&D, about 5G, about quantum, about artificial intelligence. And I mean, we lost in the 90s already the competition with the US on the internet. I mean, none of the 20 global big 10 companies is a European company. And at this moment, we are also losing again the competition against China on 5G, on AI, on quantum. And I think we are sometimes missing also the spirit of innovation, of future, of what is possible. And I think this should also be a big part of our program, because a lot of young people, of course, want to save the climate crisis, of course, want to ensure that we have a safe and prosperity for everyone. But then we also should think about our future earnings and where they are being made. And we also know that this is the fourth industrial revolution, and the one that will win it is the one that will have the future leadership of the world and will have also a lot of prosperity. And I think innovation, R&D are a big chance for Europe, and I think we also as Volt should focus on this a lot.
Okay.
Final 5 minutes.
Just a second. Did everyone have a chance to log in with the QR code there? Well, okay. So if you can log in, hold up your phones if you did that thing, yeah. And then we have the votes that are coming in. Wow. One vote. Francesca, did you want to say something while we're waiting?
No, of course. I mean, but our members know, of course, these political priorities do not exist alone. We talked also in the previous panel about an holistic approach. So, for example, what you were mentioning, Laurens, is of course portrayed also in other panels that we are seeing. In particular, how do we approach, the fourth industrial revolution? How do we approach innovation? For me, the point is, again, making of all these big changes, instead of being led or submerged by them, being able to lead them and creating good conditions for people to work, for example, is, I mean, after, like, once you have this ground, then from there you can build. And then I fully agree with you that it's about, how we can really foster a big change and really lead a revolution in terms of what is possible, what is not possible, and what kind of future we want to see.
Cool. Well, we've got the results there. They've sort of stabilized now. Still a few votes coming in, but tax justice right at the top again. So well done, Luke. And and sustainable prosperity. Jenny, you came in second. No, seriously, these do seem to be the issues. I think there's a fairly consistent pattern that those two and future of work are really the priorities that, well, in almost every poll, those are coming towards the top or at the very top. So that's interesting. Any reaction to the vote we've had from here? Anyone have any reaction to the? I guess it's a change in terms of the member vote.
It is a change in terms of the members. So I think the discussion must have been somewhat engaging. I really hope so. I personally don't think that, of course, as said, it's not like the others are not important. To me, maybe it was interesting to also speak about regional development, which we didn't. But again, if you bring system change, then other things can follow. So very happy to see these priorities, and I believe that from this we can create even more change. I don't know if one of you wants to comment finally?
No, I think in the end, the thing that appealed to me the most when I joined Volt was that we have had a holistic story of how we looked at the future. And I think all these topics should be covered there in a way that people feel that they want to go to that future that we are presenting because we believe in that. So I think this is a good starting point to write a very progressive and European political program.
Excellent. Any thoughts, Jenny?
Oh, my reflection was I wish we'd talked about the global competition, the single market more, because I was loving what you were saying at the end around innovation and making sure we're focusing on the right sectors. And I think weaving some of that through, that actually all of the three at the top should be in the service of actually positioning Europe as a thriving single market, which is highly competitive versus the other ones in the world. And I think that each of those three things at the top will help do that.
Have the last word, Luke.
Just to say thank you. I thought, I thought myself and the other 25 people at Tax Justice Network were the only ones who cared. Thank God we're not alone. This is beautiful.
Super. Okay, I think we're done. So thank you very much for participating and for the questions you sent through. And thank you very much to the panelists. And yeah, thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to our great panelists. Thank you.
Fantastic morning we've had so far.
Absolutely. We have few important announcements for you. First of all, you might have noticed we do not have music, but we have a light show for you. I think that district-wide blackout comes pretty nicely with the energy crisis that we are talking about.
Indeed. Before we leave, I would like to ask all of you to stay for a minute. And I would like to ask each and every one of you to please stand up. Each and every one of you, please stand up. For those of you who are watching us on the computer screen, we'd like to ask you to also stand away from that computer screen for a second and to stretch your muscles. So I'd like to invite you to arms up. Everybody arms up. And release the tension of the morning. One more time. Hands up. Hold it. Stretch as far as you can. Reach to the top. Reach all the way to the top. Reach where we change the world. And down. I'm now going to ask you to sit back down and to close your eyes.
We are gonna sit with you.
We're joining you. We're sitting down.
Just for
sit down.
A minute.
Close your eyes.
Just for a minute or so. Because as we were talking a lot before the GA and before any other event such as this one, let's be honest, do you take time to reflect where you are in your life at that moment with all of these exciting and incredible things happening? I bet you haven't stopped even for a minute in the last couple of days. And this is what we would like to do with you, just so you realize what happened here today and what is about to happen going forward. Just feel that warm feeling inside. It's the motivation, it's the energy of Volt. And savor the moment and appreciate it, that we are here together. And get ready for more, and you can come back to us slowly. How are you feeling? Feeling better?
Amazing.
Amazing. Well, all right then, let's do the most important announcement that you've all been waiting for, obviously. It's time to go for lunch. There is just one important thing, given the blackouts. If you have any problems with moving, if you need any kind of assistance, because the escalators and lifts are out of order currently. So if you need any help, any assistance, just find a volunteer or come and talk to us. Otherwise, just take the stairs and we will see you back here in 45 minutes. Thank you all. Okay.
Guys, I need a little help from everybody who's in the room. We have to call everybody else who's outside back into the room.
You are late, you are late,
I need you guys to clap as loud as you can, and we can keep on clapping until they come back.
Come on!
Come on!
Woo!
Keep it going, keep it going.
Let's make some noise so everybody can hear
Keep
us
it going.
and know that we are about to begin the second part.
And now, we want to start getting ready for the manifestation that we're going to be doing. Because where we're going this evening is in the city of Prague. And we need them to hear that we are here. So, all of us, let's stand up. Because you're going to be standing up.
Let's practice. There is a story, more of a legend, but it's up to you if you believe it. During the Hussite Wars in the 14th century and the beginning of the 15th, there was a battle, and there were just a few soldiers coming in, but they were singing a song, and they were singing so loud and so passionately that the Crusaders thought that there are like thousands of them, and they just dropped everything and ran away. This is what we're going to do today. At 5, we will end here, and we're going to go to the streets of Prague to show Prague, our citizens, and the world that we are here, and we ought to be heard. Are you with me? Come on! Woo!
So, we thought it would be quite useful to have some weapons, to borrow your metaphor, some weapons to be able to use to get the streets to know that we are here. So, we're going to practice and chant together. We are voters.
Come on!
We are voters.
Woo!
We are voters. I can't hear you.
Come on! A little louder.
We are voters. What's the next chant?
Well, let's do Europe as the solution, because Europe is what? The solution?
What is Europe?
The solution!
What is Europe?
The solution!
What is Europe?
The solution! Come on! Woo!
Alrighty, so we're going to do both of them at the same time. Stay standing up, come on! We're going to be doing a lot of standing up this afternoon. And also, for those of you who are volunteers helping us on the way, you have to leave 10 minutes before the end of the day in order to help guide us to the city center. So be aware of that.
Yes, all volunteers, 4:50, you get up and you get going.
Alrighty, we're going to shout again. We're going to get the rest of the voters who are still outside to come back in. For those of you who are on the screens, we want you back in. So, we are what? We are voters. We are voters.
You can do better than that.
I don't hear you.
Woo!
They don't hear you outside. So we are voters. We are voters.
Louder energy.
Curveball. What is Europe? What is Europe? What is Europe?
Okay.
Congratulations, guys. I think you're all warmed up.
Great.
I believe that the next part of the program is all your responsibilities, Madam the Queen.
Again?
Absolutely.
No.
So thank you, all of you, for being here just to watch us. We really appreciate you spending so much money to be here to see the most important people. Barbara, the Queen, mistress of your lunch. And me, the guy with the nice jacket. The floor is yours, madam.
Thank you, but I'm gonna need your help.
For?
The screen.
The screen.
Yeah. you know. I'm unprepared.
Sure. You can be okay. Look, right there. That's fine.
Right there. Okay. Help me.
We have to introduce the next session, which is all going to be about values for Volt and our way to the future of Europe. So we have representatives from the community team who are going to come with us in order to prepare us to talk a little bit about values, because as we've discussed, it is a values-driven discussion. So colleagues, please come to the stage and introduce us to the next part of the discussions.
Come on, guys. This was totally planned, by the way.
Welcome.
Yeah, this is totally my fault. I apologize.
It is time.
Yes.
Please give us a round of applause. Woo!
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am thrilled to be in front of all of you to present you a project known as Revalue Volt. But before I start with the presentation, let me tell you what attracted me to this project. For me, this project is the first step into building an actual European identity, which is what many of us often felt but never really knew how to conceptualize. Me included. As a matter of fact, I'm an Italian with Belgian roots living in the Netherlands, and I like to say that we live in a very diverse Europe, and that its peculiarities are a blessing and a source of richness. But truth is that they also represent a challenge. In fact, we often see that although we wish to be a pan-European movement, the focus rests on national and local teams. And of course, connecting locally and nationally is important. However, the focus rests on the European idea of Volt, and this is why we're here. And this is exactly what this project is about. Building bridges between each and all of us, building the trust that we need in order to be effective. Therefore, today, we're going to talk about this project in a nutshell. So I'm going to tell you why we started this project and how we approached it. And then we're going to give you some findings from our research and what we learned so far, and we're going to have first insights on how we approach everything we do and who we are as Volt. So, let me start with talking about why we started this project. Well, I'm very enthusiastic to say that Volt is growing rapidly. And since the last time we talked about values, more than 2 years ago, we grew from a few thousand people to over 22,000 Volters. However, with growth also comes responsibility. The responsibility to shape our culture, to define our values and interactions, to give us something to come back to during harder times when answers are not so easy to find. Something that empowers us and connects us across Europe. And we want to be clear about what this project is really about. And it's important to say that there is a difference between what we value and our values. So, what we value are things that we strive for externally, like human rights and democracy. These are all things that can be taken away from us, as we're currently, unfortunately, seeing in many countries. But values are different. They are who we are, our core, and no one can take them away from us. Values define how we shape our interactions with the people around us. So, this project is an opportunity to discover values within yourself, within our Volt communities, locally, regionally, nationally, and at the European level, in order to create a shared sense of us. Therefore, the purpose of this project is not to tell you which values you should adopt, but we are here to listen to how we can create common understanding and a common goal at a pan-European level. So this is an opportunity for all Volters to shape our movement, and with our movement, the future of Europe. And this, as you can imagine, is a task of extreme importance, and therefore we need all your help and engagement to ensure that the ideals of everyone are listened and portrayed in a respectful manner through Volt in the European sphere. So the most important aspect of this project is co-creation. And we want to create a space for all our members across Europe to have open talks about values, what they mean in our daily interactions, and how they differ throughout Europe. And how do we do this? Well, we do this through research, dialogue, and a transparent process. With interviews, surveys, and observations, we look at how you see the future organizational and political work of Volt, what you find essential in our pan-European movement, and what attracted you to Volt in the first place. And we share sessions, presentations with national chapters and diversity groups. We offer a space where to have this dialogue. Moreover, a transparent process where everyone can engage and contribute is essential to move more cohesively. In fact, the main pillar of this project is co-creation. And in order to reach that, we have set up a timeline with a methodology called Theory U. Theory U was developed to help our society to shift from a more personal, individual-centered approach to a more collective, group-centered one. So we're moving from an ecosystem to an ecosystem. And as you can see here, there are 5 phases in this Theory U model. The co-sensing one phase, where we looked at what we already have within Volt with the interviews and the survey. And in co-sensing phase 2, we had the presentation and workshops at the GA, where we identified topics of concern to take into the 3rd phase. The 3rd phase is the pre-sensing phase, where we aimed at creating these pan-European principles and guidelines throughout European, national, and local workshops, expert talks, and learning groups. And now, well, now we're in the prototyping and crystallizing phase, where during this GA, we want to vote on guiding principles together and see how we can implement them within Volt and have finally the common understanding of who we are and how we approach everything we do and everything we're striving for. And lastly, there is the co-evolving phase, where we integrate the values that we chose together in our day-to-day interactions, campaigns, and policies. So now let's have a look at what we did so far and about how you got involved in this project and how you contributed to what we will talk about later today. So we had 1 European GA, 2 European GA workshops, 2 national GA workshops, and then we had 7 national presentations with short workshops, 1 survey that we're going to talk about later, 25 interviews with people across Europe, and 3 workshops with topics that matter to you the most, that we assessed through this survey. And now we're here at this GA, and I want to thank everyone for opening up the doors to your national assemblies these past months, to everyone who participated and interacted with us, and thank you for having us here today. And I also want to give a special thank you to Sven for including me in this project, first of all. And now I pass the word to Zoe.
Hi everyone, I was promised a microphone, but I will do it like this. My name is Zoe Chariot. I am from Volt Europa's DA team. And my European story is that I was born in Tehran, in Iran, but my parents' love for freedom and democracy was much higher than their love for their homeland, so I spent most of my life in Germany, as you can see from my accent. So what attracted me to the survey was that making such a big value-orientated survey would be highly illegal where my parents are coming from. So I had to do it. And today I'm going to tell you some bit more about the context, the facts and figures that we have figured out of them, and what they mean for us in a Volt context. So let's dive right in. Question asked many times, why survey? Is that necessary? The short answer is, we are trying to quantify qualitative values. A bit longer, some values are easy to quantify, just based on the fact that we are humans. For example, our need for 2,000 to 2,500 calories a day to sustain ourselves. But it's when we get together with other people and develop a common understanding called culture, where we can develop ingenious ideas to meet those needs. Like, for example, pizza. But with all the variety that pizza comes in, there's always one key ingredient missing. So many people, me included, go out and order an extra topping, like pineapples. Come on. And also, every pizza is tasty, also the ones with pineapples. And the same is true for every person. Everybody counts. But what unites us voters specifically? That's something that we at DA can't answer you on a philosophical level. But what we can do is to make it count. And when we are counting, we're taking into account humanity, Europeanism, and the we to create a data-driven unitedness. So let's see what we have done. We have asked 31 questions, 9 of them were open, which made it the largest qualitative survey ever done within a vote. The survey was run for 6 weeks from April to June, and a total of 446 voters participated from 26 countries, some of them not even members of the EU. We have found a few numbers of them that are very interesting, that we can describe as our standard settings, the averages, if you so want. So let's have a look at the first and most pressing average. We voters are so many men that if we would order a pizza, 3/4 of it would be eaten by the men, and the rest is left for the other genders. Our age pyramid is intact, so we got that going for us. And in average, we're 41 years old, so the perfect age to take care of future voters. We are highly educated. Most of us have a master's degree, and only few didn't go to college or university. And we had asked the question, are you or your parents born within the country of your current residence? Which was answered, not born in the country of current residence, which was answered with yes by 30% of the voters. So we are highly international. Now I want to show you what this means in a bigger context. We have asked the most polarizing question based on the feedback that we had gotten. We asked about social media. Voters had the possibility to say if they like it, which would be a +1, if they don't like it, which is a -1, or if they're neutral towards a certain social media platform, which is a 0. We summed it up and found out which one is the most popular platform for us voters. Ready for a surprise? It's YouTube. We voters like YouTube almost as much as we dislike TikTok. But this bar chart is hiding some things. And to make these hidden things visible, we just need to tune up visibility a bit. Much better. You can see beautiful circles. Those circles are people. And the darker and bigger the circle, the more people voted accordingly. Yeah, many people really liked YouTube, few disliked it. But there is one thing that doesn't catch the eye immediately here. It's Instagram. Because if those circles are people, and the circles could be interpreted as pie charts, the Instagram like circle would mainly consist of women. And the Instagram dislike circle would mainly consist of men. And by the sheer number of men disliking Instagram, it pushed Instagram in the negative side of the overall. What has this to do with our politics that we're trying to do? We did the same with the policies. This time on a much higher scale. 1, not interesting at all. 5, absolutely essential. The reason I'm in vote. And we summed it up again. Not surprising. EU reform, energy transition, electoral reform. We're standing for that. But again, the bar chart is hiding something. It would not be enough to just take the first 3 policies and let them be. We have again looked into the circles. All these people who have voted, who are them? And we found some very, very interesting correlations. First of all, animal transport and international heritage. If you have an international heritage, you're less likely to support animal transport. Of course, correlation is not causation, but maybe when you have left your homeland to work somewhere else, you have much more pressing problems to tackle than animals. But there's also another interesting correlation. It's between age and economic renaissance. Again, correlation is not causation. But if you have lived long enough to see a prosperous Europe, maybe you want that for the future too. And there was a third curious correlation between social equality and gender. And again, correlation does not mean causation. But maybe if you're a person yourself who has to work twice as much for half the gain, you would like to see a change for once. To make this change happen is the job of every voter. And the bit egoistical way for me, for you to do so, is come over and volunteer. Based on your skill set, please apply. We are planning to do further such projects and to go deeper into the qualitative analysis of us. And I would be very happy to read your application. But of course, not always time and space is there for us to really actively volunteer. But when we're talking about equality, sometimes it's just enough to be acknowledged. And to be acknowledged, sometimes it's just enough to be seen and to be heard. And therefore, I want to invite you all to now stand up with me and show respect for a letter that I got from Iran. I got it translated so I can read it for you, of a young woman in her beginning 20s and her current situation. Today we went out. We were beaten and hurt. I was beaten up. They almost took me away. They had already caught me. In front of my eyes, the youth were brutally beaten up. Whoever they got hold of, they dragged away on the ground. Those who they grabbed were surrounded. They rushed and they were beaten unrestrainedly and mercilessly with batons. An elderly woman pulled me away, not allowing anyone to get to me, even though I was already surrounded. She took my hand and pulled me towards her, told me to come along. No one stopped her. That is how she saved me. I sent you this urgent message. Forward it around the world. Don't limit yourselves to helping your own people. They beat up and wound every day, all the young people. Some kids are shot in the back, others, they break the bones. Our parents are broken. They just tell us to stay at home. How can you think that we will remain unharmed if we do not oppose? As if that pretty Hamida Ismaili died because of her protest. As if Mahsa Amini took part in a demonstration. This regime denied me everything. I have found my calling in the resistance. I have nothing to gain and nothing to lose, unlike you. Do it for the sake of everything you have strived for in life. We must all stand together.
Thank you for showing respect to those women in the world who are still fighting for their basic rights. I mean, Mahsa Amini got arrested for not wearing her clothes properly and died. Crazy. But what does it say about Volt? Why is it important to give such topics and such people visibility? I think you all feel it. We are more connected than we often think. When we talk about shaping the future of Europe, it's about our community. It's about how we shape our community that defines how we want to shape the future of Volt. Those 22,000 Volters across Europe, you are shaping the future of Europe every single day. But let's be fair to ourselves. Volt is facing some challenges hardly any other political player is facing. And the way we overcome our challenges defines if we are authentic with our political messages. It's not the other way around. So I would like to invite you to become role models in shaping the future of Europe and invite people to come along. Before I talk about the challenges, I figure out a technique, hang on. Where do I? Oh, okay. Sorry. So those challenges might not surprise you because they are what you told us. In the survey, in all those workshops, we had about a couple of thousand people listening to us. We had about 750 Volters from all over Europe joining our sessions already. And would love to invite you to join those sessions that are coming. But when we look at the challenges, I mean, we've been talking about Greece, just recently became the 18th registered political party. So the language barrier is a given. All of you who are here today speak English probably very well. A lot of other voters across Europe don't. And it disconnects us. You told us that there are no harmonized structures across Europe. And we often don't have enough time to understand each other. I mean, we have to overcome centuries of nation states. And the last challenge, we are often drawn into legal frameworks that are there. And it's easy to get drawn into a national bubble.
You have 5 minutes left.
Thank you. So I would invite you to do some soul searching in how we can overcome those challenges, as they have to do a lot with how we approach everything we do and who we are. So what I would like to introduce to you now is kind of a first prototype coming out of this project. For you, those of you who are working in marketing or product development, you know, a prototype is something that you build at the beginning and give to people to react with it, to give you feedback on and to improve it. That's what we would like to do as well. So when we had all those workshops, there were 4 patterns that emerged. So one is about visibility. And I'm not going to tell you what I think about it, but I'll show you a couple of notes from you. Most likely, a lot of you who are sitting here have left some of those notes. So visibility is about to invite people who could tell their story. It's allowing time for others to explain their positions. Inclusion and diversity only works when we are curious about other people. Equality, it shouldn't matter where or when I'm born to define myself. Nothing about us without us. As a pan-European party, we need to focus on inclusiveness, and there are many others. So we summed them up in, we give visibility to people who get neglected too often. We are curious about all kinds of humans and respect our individual uniqueness. We accept that most people in politics are privileged and shall give back to society. The second pattern, and the meaning is inclusive. The second pattern, Zoe was talking about it, it's togetherness. It's to be a connector of people. It's empowering people. It's listen to other members and what energy they bring. It's learn how to facilitate everybody to be able to participate. It's going beyond national level. It's fulfill your dreams with people you love. And many more. So we summed it up as we bridge countries and people all over Europe and beyond. We establish pan-European structures to easily connect and contribute. And we create an ecosystem that empowers us to synergize. And the meaning is connected. The next pattern is future-oriented. It's about curiosity, future-oriented. Grundlegend das Verständnis für die Europaebene stärken. Leading by example. How can people take us serious without being role models? It could be much better if we did not rely on technobubbles tools, but more on human interactions, and about evidence-based policy making, and many more. So we summed it up as, we strive for social innovations to better connect our fellow citizens with the European idea. We lead by example for people to come along, not to follow us. We value science and appreciate innovations to generate solutions that last. The meaning is progressive. The last one, the fourth pattern, is impact. Leave the world a better place than we found it. Accept that there are many different views and the same facts lead to different conclusions. It's our focus on intellectual, interesting topics instead of pragmatic solutions may be the reasons why fascists win elections. It's listening to your discussion partner, not trying to convince him of your points, to learn every day, and many more. So we summed it up as, we reconnect politics with our shared challenges as humans on this planet. We appreciate dialogues to understand our differences and create shared solutions. The Vault experience is about learning together, not winning individually. And it's meaningful. So when we look at all of this, and as I said, it's a prototype, and please understand it as an invitation for all of you to interact with it. So after this session, you can vote on it on Tasker, and also give us feedback and improve it. Because for us, this is either what Vault is about, or we didn't listen really good.
Sven, the session is over. Time is over.
1 minute.
Super quick.
Thank you. So in all our sessions, we were talking about what is this Vault, and a lot of people said, "Hey, it's something new. It's something that's never been done before." And we were looking for a word to describe it, and we found one in the dictionary that is described as a person, a group, or a thing that is first or among the earliest in any field, enterprise, or development. So we put on top of it, we are modern, pan-European pioneers, creating our shared future together as an inclusive, connected, progressive, and meaningful political party. That's what we have to offer.
Thank you, Sven. Thank you very much, my friend. Are you hoping for like a mic drop moment? Is that what you're looking for? Thank you, Sven. Thank you very much for this presentation and for reminding us how important values truly are.
Kim, I have to make 2 announcements.
That's right. Go for it.
There you go. 2 important announcements. The first one is that vote 2, which is the vote as Sven was presenting before on the Revalue Vault advisory vote, has opened at 14:15. So 2:15 p.m. Central European Time. And the second announcement is that for all of those of you who couldn't get lunch, now you have the opportunity to take it. It's upstairs as before. And yeah, Kim, back to you.
Thank you. We have one additional housekeeping announcement. Conrad, whom you might know, one of our board members, has misplaced his wallet. So if you find a brown wallet, could you please bring it to either myself or to Barbara, and then we'll get it to Conrad. So please keep an eye out for that particular wallet. So as mentioned, the game of musical chairs begins again. You see here that we have going to be having on the main stage a Q&A with the Board of Vault. And I'm going to ask some tough questions to the board members about kind of what's happening. In Club Room B, we're going to be talking about EU reform panel discussion. And in Club Room C, it's already started. There is a Run for Vote session. It is a closed session, so only for those who've signed up. So if you have not signed up, you can't join that one. But Club Room B is available for you. But be aware that there's only 70 seats. So like I say, the musical chair has begun, and you better find your seat. So thank you very much, everyone. In the meantime, can I invite here on the main stage our absolutely wonderful, dynamic, and inspiring board to join me for the Q&A. So if I can ask our President Renier to be here, our President Francesca, Anouk, Charles, Ines, Lucia, Lucas, Thor to join us on the stage. That would be wonderful. And I have to say that we are also missing one person, a very important person. That's Johannes. And unfortunately, Johannes is sick, and that is why he's not joining us today. So please do wish him all the best. I hope he's watching us online. If you are, Johannes, all of us wish you a happy and speedy recovery. So, may I invite the board to the stage, and please do find your seats. There they are. Here you go. Lucia, here you go.
En And now they've made extra food for us, and now we have to be on stage, so we're starving. It's okay. It's okay.
But like if somebody would have some questions, is there someone for them to say? Ask for me. Okay.
Do we take it away?
Okay. Alrighty, are you guys ready for the grilling? I feel very privileged to actually be able to grill this wonderful group of people about any question I want, and they don't even know what the questions are going to be. So this is going to be really exciting. I'm going to hopefully get help from Barbara to make sure that I keep to time. But yeah, are you guys ready?
Yes.
Okay, so we're checking to see if people can also ask questions online as well, so we're going to try to get this as dynamic as possible. And for those of you in the room who are also interested in asking questions and grilling the audience, rather the speakers, then please feel free to do so. So perhaps for those who are watching online who perhaps don't know who you are, I think it might be useful for everyone to kind of understand who you are and also kind of what you're responsible for in the board. Now, I know that we have a lot on the board, so if you keep it short and sweet, but so we get an idea of who's responsible for what on this board.
Great idea. Let's start with you, Charles.
So, hey everyone, my name's Charles. I'm originally from Volt, France. And within the board, on the one hand, I focus on governance questions. So many of the upcoming votes that some of you are anticipating. And I also work on the European economic vision. So it has to do with kind of clarifying Volt Europa's positioning on some key economic questions. And yeah, in terms of coordination with countries, I work with the UK, Ireland, and Luxembourg.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Anouk. I am from the Netherlands, and I am within the board accountable for legal, fundraising, and actually this whole event. Woohoo! And in terms of country, go Denmark, Malta, and Croatia.
Hey everyone, I'm Lucas. I'm originally from Volt, Austria. And some of the tasks and teams that I work with at the board is the expansion team, the election hub, strategy, and also the newly created framework with working with our elected officials. In terms of countries, I work with only countries that border Austria, small countries. Czechia, the best one, yeah. Yes, I see you there, Adam. Slovakia, Slovenia, Switzerland, and also the newest chapter, Volt Ukraine.
Thanks. I'm Reinier, one of the co-presidents. I think our responsibility is also that of the general direction of our team and our movement. With countries specifically, I work a lot with Italy, Germany, and Belgium. And in day-to-day operations, I also try to spend a lot of time on fundraising specifically, because funding is key to becoming a more professional organization, growing, and eventually having more impact. There's a lot of other topics, but I'll keep it short.
Hello, everyone. My name is Francesca Romana D'Antuono. I'm Italian, but I live in Germany. I'm the other co-president. And within the board, I'm responsible for strategy, community, comms, and policy in terms of functional leads. I was championing the building of electability strategic priorities. And I love working with the chapters. So my responsibilities fall with Spain, Portugal, France, Cyprus, Greece, and that's it, I think. And not Italy, because as I said, I'm Italian, so I want to be a member of my chapter.
Thanks, Francesca. My name is Lucia. I am Dutch originally, but haven't lived in the Netherlands since '86. I live in France at the moment. In the board, I work with community, academy, and partnerships teams. And country-wise, I try to watch what's happening between the countries rather than focusing just on one.
Hello, my name is Ines Consoni. I am based in Warsaw, in Poland, but I come from Portugal and I'm a member of Volt Italia. It's a very Volt story. I was raised by a wonderful Portuguese mother and Portuguese dad, and I live and work in Poland. As a board member, I work with the data analytics team and with the comms team, and I work with several countries, and it is Albania, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania. And I've also been working with Diana Andre and Vera and the Diversity Council on the Purple Project. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Thor Laholm. I'm from Denmark. But sometimes live in Berlin. I work in the board on tech and on policy, where with tech we are currently working on the new membership management system, and on policy we've got a vote that is open for you later today on political priorities. My countries of focus are Poland, Sweden, Finland, Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, so mostly the north. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. Hello, everybody. I am not a member of the board. I'm not in this one, yeah. No, I'm Chiara. I'm Italian, but I am, in fact, in the board of Volt Spain. And I was given the honor to moderate this question and answer today, so thank you. Yeah. So we've been collecting some of your questions in the previous days, and now I will read them and have the member of the board that has the competence on the topic of the question to answer to these questions. And if we have more time, we will also open the floor to some more questions. So. First of all, thank you so much to the board. I think we don't say this a lot. And thank you for the hard work that you do, guys. I mean, and after this, we can start grilling them with the questions. So, the first question is from Mikael Olds from the Swedish chapter, and is this: are there any updates on a time plan as to how Workplace will be replaced by a general user member portal that all legal members can access by default with their personal email? And I will have Thor answer to this one.
Thank you, Chiara. And as I also heard, there were some laughters here. It's because we've talked about workplace and replacements for, I think, as long as I can remember, ever since I joined Volt in 2018. Yeah. Well, we have had discussions, we've had looks. We also have the Tech Innovation Group, Experimental Software Group, start testing various systems such as Discourse. But I will have to say, though, even today, not everybody uses Workplace. Both in the Netherlands, because not everyone has access, but also because many other chapters use WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, etc. to communicate. So we need to look at what we use Workplace for before we can find any replacements. And Workplace itself actually has a lot of features, so we would have to look for several different options. But as for the latter part on being able to log in to Workplace with your personal email rather than a volteuropa.org account, well, that's a technical implementation that has to happen with the upcoming membership management system. I'm putting this in because we are just about to decide. We are doing trial runs this month to determine whether or not it will be Odoo or if it will be Civisirium. And they are both open source solutions that we can extend, host ourselves, or have managed hosting, and where we can also integrate with other providers, with other open source solutions, even closed source solutions. That is the first step for us to enable any transition away from a Workplace. So no, there's no fixed timeline, but there is a lot of active work going on.
Thank you.
I would like to mention one thing, or actually one person, because actually our board consists of 9 people. Johannes Heinrich, unfortunately, could not be here because he got COVID. He is watching from home. I just want to have a special shout out to Johannes, who has... Yeah, he definitely deserves an applause because he has made an amazing budget. He's our treasurer. He's done a lot of work to make this event happen, and we dearly miss him. Tomorrow is his 35th birthday, so tomorrow you can all access Workplace and wish him a happy birthday. For now, I just wanted to acknowledge him because he's watching from home, and that you know where our treasurer is.
Thank you, Renier. So the next question is from Frederick Jeske from Volt Europa. Also, I want to mention that Frederick made an open question. He said, why is it so important to say the chapter we are from? I have my opinion, but I'm not here to answer, so I would just leave it. And the question for the board is, we have many policy rounds nationally and at European level that require a lot of resources, such as time and people power. But I hear very often, Volt? Never heard of it. How do we get more people more priority on outreach, media coverage and growth? And the answer is to Ines.
Okay, I also hope the answer is also to Francesca, who works with me in the comms team. So what I want to acknowledge is that, of course, we work very hard in our policies and to keep update them and upgrade them. And this is particularly important because we live in a time where voters tend to rally around issues and not really ideologies of parties. Of course, for us to achieve this, something that, for example, the Greens have more or less accomplished, which is to be associated as a party or the parliamentarian group that fights for climate change and energy transition, we also have to find what is the best communication strategy for when people think of Volt, they think of a certain policy or a certain topic that we completely dominate. And this is why the discussions of this weekend, as Claudio and Inés and all my colleagues have been telling you, it's so important, because once we get our direction, that will shape our communication strategy, in which, of course, we have to keep investing on our media relations and how do we work with each other and within the chapter, so that we are efficient. And when people think of Volt, they think of something and they know who we are and what we stand for. And then, hopefully, they are curious enough to then read our other policies and read and learn about everything that we do and ultimately join us. I also just want to pass the microphone to Francesca. Oh, you have it.
I have my mic, thanks. Of course, I second what Ines said. This is strategic thinking. Then I'm going to be the disruptor, and I'm going to say, how did we got yesterday into Politico? We were out in the streets with our signs. Then what I know from the country, I'm from some very important news outlets took the news and published it back. So how do we do that? We go out, we speak with people. It's amazing the kind of community we have created, but what is even more important is that we don't just focus inward, but go outward. How do we, I see you, Frederick, so I'm gonna direct the reply directly to you. How do we do this? Well, every one of us can do this if we are brave enough to go in the streets and speak with people that are not in this room. We are convinced enough about Volt to come to Prague, then speak with your neighbor, with your friends, with the friends of your friends, organize a rally, organize a social innovation campaign that the citizens of your city can benefit from. That I think personally that all the strategic thinking is perfect, but I also think after the strategy, there's the execution. And execution can also be just go out and talk to people.
Thank you both. So the next few questions are from Catherine Richter from Denmark. And they're going to be answered also from Francesca and Anouk. So, first question. Almost 200,000 euros being spent on salaries. When we will see a website with Volt Europa staff, it is a positive thing that we now have money to hire people, but it's not clear from our website who we have hired. Let's change that. I think this is most like, it's not a real question, but I think you want to open the conversation anyway. Anouk?
Yeah, sorry. I thought you were going to say it's just a suggestion, but yeah, I think it's important. I think anyone can see what money we're spending in our financial report, which is also published on our transparency websites. And I think, yeah, for sure, it's important to show who our people are. And I think that is already visible on the website. And as we grow and professionalize, with the more staff we're going to have, I'm sure we're going to have a page to show who you can contact for what. And for now, it's mostly internally driven. So let's go external and professionalize and be visible in the whole of Europe.
Thank you. Francesca, you want to add something? No? Okay, great. So let's go ahead because Kat made some more questions for you. How do you determine which countries to support with your attention?
Actually, we don't divide our attention as in a country is more important than another country. All of us, like we already said in the introduction, all chapters, all countries are divided amongst all of us so that we make sure that everyone gets the attention they deserve. So it's not about being a small or a big chapter, it's about being a chapter and all of you count. So that we don't divide, we actually divide it all together because we are in it together and that's what pan-European means.
Thank you, thank you. And I have to say, I noticed this. I mean, from my perspective, I notice more the involvement of the board and where we have Francesca in Spain, but yeah, we feel it. Thanks. How do you handle misconduct within the board?
I was very surprised with this question because I think the reply is, how do you handle misconduct within your members? I mean, this is a team, so what does it even mean, misconduct? We haven't had, any tragedy happening. We are people coming from different backgrounds with different perspectives. We sometimes argue, that's obvious, but as I had opportunity to say before, you only argue with people of which opinion you value. And so we handle misconduct as we handle every kind of conflict, coming around, discussing, trying to understand each other, trying to commit to concrete actions that we can do to improve our relationship or the relationship of the board member to the rest of the organization. But
Thank you, Francesca. Sure. I think it's like if there is some other question afterward in private or tonight, you guys can also go to the members and ask more explanations. So, do you want to add something?
Just maybe one small example I can give. Like we've had in the board sometimes. I think this happens in all groups where you have men and women. There are interactions which have a gender base, which make some of us sometimes uncomfortable. Things happen, but we talk about it. We create sessions, so we go through it. We open up to each other about the things that we don't like, and we try to learn and improve. So that's how we handle. It's not misconduct, but it's like things that are difficult for us. We try to spend time on it and make sure we can get along well.
I think Lucas says something.
I think what has been said is correct as well. But I think one thing that happened very early on in our term is that we discussed exactly what type of environment we want to have in this board. And we said that this has to be a safe environment. We can voice our opinions. People will take it seriously and give it the right respect as it deserves. And honestly, I feel very comfortable speaking about any topic with any board member here. And really started from the beginning when we actually worked on our personal relationships, when we actually barely didn't know each other. And actually that grew. So a lot of respect and creating a safe environment plays a big role as well, how we actually handle our disagreements.
Thank you. I think it's a good, there are all good answers, and I think this should be, I mean, I remember, sorry if I put my opinion there, but I can't help it. I will talk with Anouk many times about this kind of introducing a policy of kindness, because sometimes workplace gets not a very safe space. And I think it's something that we, maybe starting from the board, I mean, this is a good example, and we should really reflect on this. I mean, there is not a real way to handle conflict, but being nice and trying to listen a little bit more than talk, right? So, another question from Catherine. Damian says, we are an organization that 90% do and 10% talk, if I understood correctly. How do you ensure that that is replicated? So also Anouk or Francesca, if you want to.
Thank you. I actually asked Damian about this quote, and he told me that is what the movement should be. And I think we have something still to do, because I think currently sometimes we're not enough action, but a lot of talk. And I think we should flip that a little bit and make sure that, I mean, talking is important. We have to communicate, we have to see eye to eye, but we reach people also mostly outside of this, our own little bubble. So he also said, let's focus on getting to the 90% action. And that's something that we all agree with, because that's where the magic happens, right? Next time we have an even bigger venue, because hopefully we double in our members and we spread the word of Volt. And that comes from action. And that action can be a little bit of talk too.
Super quickly about how to replicate Renier in the beginning mentioned, you know, we also feel responsible for how the movement develops, and this entails this kind of thing. So how do we ensure? I don't know if it's ensuring it, but the idea is to uphold ourselves to high standards and lead as we would like to be led, and be the example that other people can follow.
Thank you. So, last question from Catherine. We often learn more from failure than success. So, while we have an European success, Europe Success group, what about Europe Lesson Learn? How often do the general secretaries host debriefing sessions with the European board, functional teams, and publish the lesson learned? We need to improve the discussion of failure, as well as celebrate our success. Could you please elaborate on this?
Yes, there's a lot of questions in a question. I think my personal belief is that from failure comes success, because failure is a chance to learn, and I think that is the profound belief that we have internally. So I think every failure that happens is actually the one unique chance to start and grow from there and see how we can do it better. So that should be the outline of what we do, and in everything you see, we're a learning organization. I mean, if it was easy to collaborate together, pan-European, then the EU would work already fantastically, right? So we're learning, and we're trying to do this the best way possible, and that's also what we try to encourage within ourselves, within the board, lead by example, as already said, but also together with our general secretaries, within our movement, with the functional teams. So we are talking a lot with each other and try to bridge the gaps, and it's also really important that you all engage with us, with the functional leads, and we really make this come together and learn both from the failures as well as the successes.
Thank you, Anouk.
Maybe I just want to add something that, I mean, building up as well, what Anouk said. I think that failures, mistakes are some of the best teachers there are. And I think the idea of creating a page for failures and seeing how can we draw lessons is something very, very important. Also is an ego check for us as well, for us to be confronted with our mistakes and actually deal with it and learn from it. I think that is a serious suggestion that we should maybe explore.
Great, thanks. So next question, Serafim Bakras from Volt Netherlands and Volt Greece. First question, what is the situation in developing Volt teams in countries where Volt is basically non-existent? Baltics, Croatia, Slovakia, Slovenia. And what are the steps toward truly creating 27 Volt chapters in the European countries? I will give Lucas back the mic.
Yes, that is a very, very good question. We are trying to approach this in several different ways. GAs has been always a great way for us to propel countries to expand. Having this GA here in Czechia was intentionally targeted to that as well. Giving attention from board members to board level attention to countries is another way that we try to give them attention to see what is their needs. With expansion as well, we just create a new mandate to see how we can actually help the countries build themselves to 2024. Not only necessarily on the capacities to be able to run, but the capacities as well to be able to qualify. Some countries have the role to be qualifying and put the campaign, so they can actually we can just be at the ballot. But some other countries will actually be really running, and others would also be running part of the campaign, but not exactly qualifying for the elections. So we'll also be running some of our social innovation campaigns. So every country has a different goal to reach. Every has certain thresholds to want to reach as well, to be able to qualify and to be able to run. And we try to tackle each problem based on how what each situation is with every country. I think the successes in some countries are propelling us to get more members. I could definitely feel as well in some different, in Austria, in other countries, when the Netherlands once last year, we got a lot of members, not only in the Netherlands, but also across all of Europe. So our combined success is propelling and helping all the chapters as well to grow. And this is, I think, some of the most amazing things. Because honestly, without doing much for the Dutch campaign, Austria, we still got more members. And that's one of the greatest things about Volt, is just one chapter can propel the whole party forward. And this makes me just convinced that I am in the right party, and I won't exactly be leading the types of party as well.
I would like to add a couple of sentences. One is we also have an expansion team that's a team that's focused entirely on helping new chapters grow and the starting chapters develop further. The essence of a chapter that we don't have but needs to start existing lies in the people there. Eventually we can support, but we are a grassroots movement. It needs to come from the individual inspired activism and entrepreneurship of people in that country. And we have 31 Volt chapters, and we recently had our 18th political party in Greece, which is amazing. And we have in the past 3 years gone from 7 to 18, and we hope in the coming 1.5 years to reach the 27.
Thank you, Rainier. I think we are on the right path here. So, one more question for you, Lucas. We know that the official target for European Parliament election of 2024 is 25 members of parliaments. Realistically and pragmatically speaking, this is a very, very optimistic target. What result in terms of member of parliaments and number of votes would you consider a success for Volt, and what is your realistic prediction based on your understanding of the current situation of the teams and the various electoral difficulties? So I will have Lucas to answer this, but I think also Rainier will have something to say.
Yes, thanks. I'll start and then Lucas will add. So we want our own political fraction in the European Parliament. And that requires 25 seats from 7 different countries, because that will be a stepping stone towards this one European parliamentary democracy. So our goal has been in 2019 to reach 25 MEPs. And that goal remains in existence for 2024, for 2029, for 2034, until we have reached it. And I hope we will reach it already in 2024. Whether this will be possible, we cannot tell for certain now. But in the coming 6 months and the 6 months after that, we can get a very concrete idea of how many MEPs is realistic. Because if the elections would be in 3 months, we would never reach 25 MEPs. But a lot can happen in the following year. So probably closer to the actual European elections, we will be able to give a more specific target. But for now, we have said the bare minimum would be that we need to improve from where we were last time, which was participate in 7 countries and reach 1 MEP. So we want to go way beyond that, participate in all 27 countries and reach the 25. At the rate we are going now, I don't think that is going to happen yet, but in 12 months we could be at a point where it becomes more realistic. So what would I consider a success? Anything that is better than where we were before, and reaching millions of people with our vision.
So, building upon what Renier said, that is exactly the goal. So the faction in the European Parliament has always been, since I joined Volt, the guiding star goal for us. But with this board as well, we also trying to see how other ways we can actually determine our successes. So our base, which was what we had in 2019, baseline, was we qualified to 7 countries. We were a part officially in 11 countries back then. And we managed to qualify to 7, run to 7, including the UK as well, where we did it as independent. But this time around, for example, we are looking at that we're going to be a party maybe in 21 countries by hopefully next year. That is a huge achievement already. We hope that we can qualify to double the amount of countries that we did. That's another huge success, showing that we are definitely improving. But also maximizing our chances of getting elected officials is another one as well. Building our capacity of our candidates, the quality of our candidates is another way we can actually measure the success as well. That shows us that we're moving towards the right direction of 25 MPs in 7 different countries. But fortunately as well, this is no longer our only goal. We have also defined that becoming an European party is as centered as getting our own faction. To become an European party, we need to have elected officials in at least 7 different countries at the European and national levels. At the moment, we have 2, with Damien in the European Parliament and our Dutch MPs in the Dutch Parliament. We now got Nastimir re-elected in Bulgaria, so we are back up to 3. Or no, I did not. But this is something that the results just came out, so we still backed up to 3 now. But we still have 4 more countries to go. So this is another important goal that we can still try to achieve outside of the 5-year cycle of the European elections. So this is still a very important goal and prestigious as well for a pan-European party to become officially a European party, that we actually get money for this, we actually get more prestige, we get automatically invited to several key decisions within the European Union, just for us being a party. And that is a huge achievement as well. And that's something that we also...
Yeah, there's a one-pager on Workplace in EUR board announcements called Our Direction. And there you see all the different goals we have defined. It's in a staircase. And sometimes I want to point you towards that if you're specifically interested in that topic and you see the top of the staircase, and we have to keep that in mind. The reason why we're here is not to reach a target of MEPs, but it's eventually to have impact. And sometimes when we focus on goals so much, we forget that impact is the actual goal.
Thank you.
Oh, and I see 3 people standing there for quite some time. So I don't know how much longer we have.
We had not so much time left, and we had some, like 3-4 questions more, so I think we should read this before, because they arrived. Yeah.
We'll try to be short.
Yeah, so, and also I will read, like, there are 4 questions from Frank Freme from Germany. I will just read the first one and then go back if there is more time, because I think we give more opportunity to everybody. So, for Lucia. Tell us how we can overcome the language and cultural barriers within Volt Europa. And he elaborates. I know so many Volter who does not speak English and are not not a useful level to work together. Understanding is one thing, but taking part, being involved, raising their own voice is another. I do even experience German Volter that with difficulties in expressing their view, even in German language. The barriers are higher and than technical translation. It must be translation over social class and level of insight and emotional involvement. Lucia.
Yes, thank you very much.
5 minutes left,
for those who attended the value session just before this came out as #1 issue for us to connect across Europe. So this really has our attention. Truth is, there are no easy solutions, but technology is moving very fast, very, very fast, and we're keeping an eye on how that can help us. Also, Thor talked earlier about new platform options. It's part of that discussion is what do we do with languages, and Thor might want to say a few more things about what's in the cooking there. But what I just want to say now, please be aware that even with Workplace that everybody complains about, there is a direct translation option. And I think many people are not aware of this. And this really, use it and help people to connect. That would be something that we can do immediately. And otherwise, this is really work in progress, no quick solutions, but has our highest attention. It came out on top of the Revalue Volt project. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia. Next question is from Martin van den Vaart, Olde Rekening, from Leiden and Bollenstedt. I guess this is in the Netherlands, somehow I have this feeling. I have the feeling that economic renaissance has taken the back seat on our outing and actions. Whilst most of Europe suffers economic setbacks, is it no time for Volt to step to the forefront carrying this topic? And I would like to have Charles Ivan to answer this question.
Before you start, I just want to make an announcement that you have a little bit less than 5 minutes left for this session, just so you know.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lieping. Yeah, so with the war in Ukraine, spiraling inflation, I think one of people's biggest concerns is how to make ends meet throughout Europe. And so we as a movement have a responsibility to actually offer real propositions on how we want to tackle these economic problems. Historically, Volt hasn't communicated as much on economic issues, but this is something which we're actively working on. As I said when I introduced myself, one of the things I'm working on is the European Economic Vision. And so one of the things we're hoping to present soon is actually a kind of real document which kind of lays out what our vision for Europe is in terms of its economy. And then one of the things we're voting on today, actually, is the one-pagers, which actually also offer some propositions in terms of policies on economic policy. And so, while I very much agree with the sentiment, I think a lot of work is actually being done to kind of rectify that.
Thank you, Charles, for the quick answer, actually. So, next question is from Vitor Moreira from Volt Portugal, and he asks, what the board has in mind to solve what I think is one of the major problems of our movement, the lack of ethnic diversity. And I will like for Ines to answer to this question.
Okay, I will try to make this really quick. I will be blunt, I will be frank, and I will be very honest. I think it's very obvious, and for those who were in the social equality session, Volt at the present moment does not represent Europe as it is. And so it's really important that we work internally with the community team and all the functional teams on a common effort on how to change this and find our own strategies on how we can do this, learn from best practices, call experts as we have done in this GA. And I want to quote my colleague Lara, who was in the social equality session. She said, have empathy. Have empathy and have understanding towards others. Maybe this is not your problem, but try to understand it.
Thank you very much, Ines. One more question? Thank you. So Fons Janssen from the Netherlands asks, what is the situation on Volt Bulgaria? How do we make sure more members are engaged with each other more across Europe? It seems we have a pan-European group, but still many members only connected on their national chapters and regional community. And this is for Rainier.
Okay, the reason why they were trying to pass the microphone to Rainier is because we both work with a team in Bulgaria. And of course, as in every work relationship, and as Anouk was pointing out before, we are trying to build here something that is completely new. Yeah. There is no blueprint for this. What we have achieved is that we now have a work relationship with the team in Bulgaria. And of course, this comes with shortcomings and with challenges, and sometimes we don't achieve what we envision. But we are working on it, and we are doing our best, and also like trying to find the best ways how to do this together with this team, because it's extremely important for a pan-European movement to have a strong presence in Central and Eastern Europe. I don't know, Rainier, if you want to add something?
I think we're very short on time, and we still have people standing there.
I'm not sure we have time for other questions, so we maybe...
Come on.
We do. Thank you very much for those who asked questions on the forum, but we saw there were 3 persons standing at the microphone there, so we're also going to take those 3 additional questions. Thank you for the patience.
Thank you. So I have 2 questions. The first question is for the complete board. What is the opinion of the board on the fact that we have different rules in different chapters? For example, in the Netherlands, we have really strict rules on equal proportion of gender on boards and candidates list, but we don't see those strict rules back at other chapters. Shouldn't it be better if we had the same rules in every chapter?
Okay, we haven't, I don't have a board reply. I have my reply, but I have a bit of a feeling what the board thinks. So my background is, I'm a scientist. You have, with this party, the opportunity of running different experiments at the same time and see what works and what doesn't. So honestly, I'm not surprised that we have different rules because they adapt to different situations. Also, I want to highlight what Rainier said in the speech at the beginning. How the European Union is structured now, it kind of forces us sometimes to adapt to what happens locally. So what I would want to see is not, oh, everybody has the same rules starting tomorrow, but okay, we've run a bit with these different rules. Let's see what works best, and let's then apply that everywhere. But I don't think it's a black or white thing. I think it's a process.
What I think matters is that we get more women to join Volt. And the way to do that is to make women feel welcome here, feel that their issues are heard. And you know, the fact that there are not that many women in politics is a systemic issue, and we need to understand why women are not part of politics, and we need to make a difference and change it, and we're not doing good enough with just 25% of our voters as women. So thanks to the women of Volt who are out there helping, and we need men to support, get more women to Volt.
Yeah, I can highlight my he for she pin here. So yes, definitely a big supporter here. Specifically on different rules in different chapters. Well, we also had a country council retreat the past couple of days, and we are working with all of the chapters on creating an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, outlining expectations and requirements for our joint work across chapters and between the European level and the national levels. And that includes, having more similar rules, maybe not dictating all of them, because some of them we can't, like in Germany, but definitely working towards operating in a more similar manner based on what is needed and what is fair and what is inclusive.
Sorry to interrupt, but since we have limited time, we're going to take one question per person of you standing there, and we ask you, board, to give just one answer to the questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. My name is Ernest from the Netherlands, and I have a question. I read the documents, and I see that we do not have... yeah? Oh, I will bow a little. All right. I read the documents, and I see that we have a community team, but we don't have a really large or no strategic team at all. We participated in 10 countries in 8 national elections and gained 5 seats and lost some in the last 3 years. We are a movement, but we're also a political party. And we get our mandates from those seats. So I want to see this discussion within Volt. Can you give a first reflection on the limited growth of Volt in different countries? And secondly, the limited success in national elections, and what can we do to improve this?
Thanks, Ernst, for this very important question, because the best way to increase our impact, or a very effective way to increase our impact, is by having more elected officials, especially nationally. A lot of differences occur in the way democracies are structured across Europe. And one country really is a lot more difficult than another country. Talk about the political climate in Hungary, for example, or the ridiculous high threshold in Germany. These things really limit us. A second thing that really limits us is lack of funding. The more funding we have, the more resources we have to hire people, and eventually it comes down to having the right people and having them in a position that they can act and make our elections successful elections. We are working on these topics. Tomorrow there will be a presentation of the data analytics team that created a dashboard with an overview of how each country is faring towards the European parliamentary elections. So you have a tracker with 7 milestones that are for each chapter the same milestones, but they're, for example, how many active members do you need to have relatively to the amount of people in your country to have a successful election. And we will, from this month onwards until the European parliamentary election, use that dashboard to keep track of how we are developing and where we need to put resources and focus to become more successful in these elections.
Hi, thank you. So I have one question. We had an issue on Twitter and Discord for members of Volt acting in the name of Volt, creating a harmful environment through their transphobia. Do we plan to have disciplinary actions towards people of Volt having hateful conduct?
Thank you, Sophia, for this question. We cannot control what every member does, of course, but we are discussing, there has been a discussion around what can be done when the environment gets very unsafe, and this was specifically also involving the speech around transgender people. What I can tell you is that this is a board fully committed to be ally to this community. So you have my personal commitment to make this very visible, that Volt is together with transgender people and in support and in a listening position, so that we can incorporate this perspective in everything we do.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I think the session is over. Thank you, everybody, for your participation. And thank you to the board again for your answer and for having me here.
Thank you, everybody, for your amazing questions. Thank you. Thank you. And we are only 7 minutes behind schedule. I think that's pretty awesome. But now I will ask If you want to stay here on the main stage, we will be starting with the legal and governance presentation by Anouk and Charles. And if you want to join one of the workshops, the Citizen Empowerment Panel discussion or Revalue Vault workshop, those will be happening in club rooms B and C. You already know the way, I'm sure. As Kim told you repeatedly, there are only 70 places left. So if you want to join the workshop, you can go there right now, or you can stay here for the legal and governance presentation that will be happening on the main stage. To go on the stage and start their presentation on legal governance. Come on. Okay.
Also, like we're on time.
4 minutes, guys.
Frantically texting.
4 minutes. Let's start at 30 sharp. So that we're back.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Hello, hello. Okay, yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, please go and be seated. Welcome to, oh, that's me. Welcome to the governance session. My name is Anouk, as you already heard just now if you were here, and I'm here together with
Charles, and together we're here to present to you topics regarding governance. So all the upcoming votes regarding changes to the internal regulations, as well as questions relating to statutes.
Yes, so we're going to guide you through a lot of votes. I'm going to click. So I think it's important to realize that there's two different types of votes that you're going to be asked today. There is the formal votes, and those are the votes that we can implement, and those are the changes to our internal regulations. So all the other votes we're asking you are advisory, which means that we take your advice and then implement them in the next GA to organize. And our role today is to guide you through them because it's quite technical, quite legal. So I'm going to try to do and deliver that as best way as possible. Yeah, if there's any questions also, we try to answer them as much as possible. So we're going to talk today about a few different topics, and I'm going to start with the rules for the GA. So when we host a GA, you receive a month before the meeting, you receive a notification, and it's an invite. And in that invite, we open up, we address to you who is the chair of our GA, and you can vote upon that. So now, at the moment, in the status quo, the status quo is that we close this 2 weeks prior to the GA. And that means that that is when Valerie and Jacob and Sylvia heard who is going to lead this actual GA. So the proposal in both alternative options is to change that, to go a little bit earlier, 3 weeks ahead, so they have time to prepare even better and are not as stressed out as we maybe have made them yet. Thank you for holding on. Then, the other topic is about additional agenda items. Those are the agenda items that you can present as a member, that you can offer to the GA and say, let's add this to the official invitation that you've received. Currently, that additional agenda item is received, and then when they are eligible for a vote, we bring them forward to the GA, and all of us are allowed to vote and accept the additional agenda item. So that's how it works right now. And we're proposing to change that, and also for that we have two different options. And the first option, double check, the first option is that you can submit it. And then there is, you gather your own support that equals 100, so 1% of our member base. So if you gather support when you hand it in, the additional agenda item is added to the agenda. Currently, that's how it, for example, works in the Netherlands. The other option is that we keep it that you can hand it in and we bring it forward for a vote. And with that, we're now proposing to change that it's accepted by 100, so also 1% of our member base, to make it easier and accessible for everyone. So the difference between the first alternative is that you gather support before you bring it forward to the GA, and the alternative option 2 is that you gather support through voting of the whole of our member base. So that is what I can share right now about the changing of the GA rules, and handing over to Charles.
So the other major change that we're proposing regarding the internal regulations is a pretty important one. It has to do with the electoral system that we use for the election of the board. The current system that we use is called board account. It's a preferential system where your order of preference gives a certain number of points to different candidates. And the candidates with the most points win. We're proposing two alternatives. The first one is called single transferable voting. Just like board accounts, it's a preferential system of voting, so you still give an order of preference. However, instead of counting every preference and giving points, your first choice is counted, and essentially, in order to be elected, you need to go over a certain threshold. And so candidates have the lowest score are eliminated, and then the next preference is counted. The other thing to keep in consideration in terms of how single transferable voting works is that for elections like the one of the non-executive board members, several people are actually being elected, right? So there's a second thing to consider, which is that when a candidate has way over the number of votes needed to be elected, they have what's called a surplus number of votes, and then those surplus votes are also given to the second choice or the third choice, so that there is a fair result and people don't necessarily have to think tactically about, for example, not voting for candidates who are too popular. So that's the second choice, single transferable voting. The third choice is called majority judgment. The way this system works is that you're given different rankings you can give. You can give different preferences. So either your candidate is excellent or very good or bad. And essentially the way it works is the candidates with the highest median, so average, are elected. So those are the three systems that are being proposed. And yeah, since it's an internal regulations change, the decision you made here is going to come into effect immediately.
Yes, so these are the votes that will be opened up and that you can already, they're opened up until tomorrow, so that we can also announce the results during our closing remarks. And the options are also as we already described, so you find them in your voting sheet. If we were talking too fast or it's still a bit unclear, also check the explanatory note where every vote is again explained and also with the reasoning why, so you can also get more informed there if there are still any questions. So these are all the formal votes, and now we want to share with you. Not working. Sorry. No. Sorry. No. Okay, I'll talk longer. So, well, it's probably reloading or something. We're gonna also discuss the votes that are advisory, and that means these are changes to the statutes. And for that, thank you, Lieping. For that, we need a notary to be present at our general assemblies. And we need to have a quorum to be met. So what we are, sorry, that was Dutch. Sorry, probably nerves. So I think then it's important to realize that we are asking your advice, and it also means that if you, whatever advice you're going to give us, we're going to then start working to make that incorporated in a proposal to really change the statutes. So then you also see the different text that it will entail. So this is all about getting your advice and your preference. So let's start with the first part, and that is about our board elections. So we are proposing a change to the term mandate. Currently, our mandate is 2 years. So we're proposing to extend it either to 2.5 years or 3 years. So that's the first part. Then if we are going to change the board term to 3 years, it would also mean that it might make sense to change the successive terms that we can run as a board. And currently that is 3 times as a non-executive board member. And we're proposing to change that to 2 times so that you also get to see new faces on this stage as a board. Then lastly, we're also proposing either to keep it as it is, which means we have elections after each term and you can elect the entire board and each candidate runs individually. What we're offering under the first option is that we have a staggered election, and that means that we're going to have elections every year where 3 board members get to be elected and then still candidates can run individually. So that means that every year you're going to have different elections for 3 board positions, so that this board is built up every time of new people, but also remains with people in the board, so that we can also ensure continuity of the work that's been done.
So then one of the things to keep in mind is that currently what we're holding is mean, we usually call it a physical GA, but actually within the statutes, there's a distinction between what's called an electronic GA and a physical GA. So this is actually an electronic GA because you're voting electronically. A physical GA, which is something which we've actually never held before, is a GA where only the people who are physically present at the venue have the right to vote. One of the issues which we're trying to overcome is that some parts of the statutes, for example, specifically the ones regarding the powers of the GA, can only be changed in a physical GA. Since, for example, with regards to the vote on the delegate assembly, we're actually proposing changes to this. We need to change the rules in terms of the physical GAs in order to actually propose those votes to you in an electronic GA. So this is actually one of the propositions that is being made, that is essentially just to ask you to approve scrapping the rules which force us to hold physical GAs to change some parts of the statutes. Another choice which we're being given is essentially whether or not we should scrap the possibility of holding physical GAs at all. Since we've never held physical GAs historically, it's being considered that it's not necessary for us to even have this in our statutes in the first place. Last but not least, in our rules, whenever a GA fails to get a quorum, it's necessary to organize another GA a few weeks later in order to vote on this issue again, and this time there is no necessary quorum. We're trying to change the rules on this as well, so that instead of having to organize a GA a few weeks later, we can simply vote on this at the next GA that we already planned on organizing, so that's more convenient for everyone. So yeah, in terms of the rules with regards to the statutes, those are the major changes being proposed. So we'll have a Q&A once we're done presenting. So please keep your questions. We'll make sure to answer them later.
Cool.
Is it possible to change it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Cool, thank you. Is everyone still with us? Because I can understand statutes is quite a serious topic. Exactly, yeah. Good to have everyone here still. I'm really happy to have all of you here because these changes are really the core of what binds us together and how we work together through Europe. So please also tell everyone who's not here to really make sure that they use this option to give us advice, because it's super important for us to take your advice into account. You probably might have read already, if you're active on Workplace. Also as a board, we see things differently sometimes. And we also want to really make sure that we all hear your input, so we make sure that that is taken into account. And that specifically also comes to the topic of the Delegates Assembly. Because ever since 2019 in Sofia, there was a rule about in our statutes that we're going to have a Delegates Assembly. And it's already there in the statutes, but it has never been implemented. Which means that actually currently, without having it being implemented, we're breaking the rules of not having it. Yet, why hasn't it been implemented is because it's quite a tough topic. Because how do we then organize it? So what we want to do here today with you is to start talking about it and start preparing also in the line of thought of where you are going to advise us upon. So the first question is if you really think we should keep the Delegates Assembly, yes or no? Because that is quite a determining question, yeah, well, we want to hear your input on. Then, if you, so you get in the voting sheet, you get an option to say either yes or no, or abstain your vote. And all the other questions are also still answered. So if you, for example, are voting no, should we have it? If you vote no, you still are asked to answer all the other questions, because if the rest of us says yes, we can still take into account what you would consider how to organize it if it were to be accepted. So please advise us on all of the matters as it is important to us. So If your answer is yes, then we're going to look at how are we then going to organize. So what we're proposing are different options you can choose from on how to organize this. And the first one is then, okay, who is going to be part of the Delegates Assembly? So this depends on the membership, and what we are proposing is different options where you can say, should it be a distribution of delegates? So that is a question that is also up on the table, so you can answer yes, no, or abstain again, and then Charles is going to explain more on the responsibility of the Delegates Assembly.
Exactly. So in our current statutes, it says that the Delegate Assembly would be responsible for proposals in terms of policy as well as governance. However, we wanted to give you a choice in terms of whether or not this level of responsibility is what you would like from a Delegate Assembly if we have one. So the first minimalist, essentially this is an order of how much responsibility you give them. So the most basic level of responsibility you could choose to give the Delegate Assembly is that they vote on policy. The second, which is what's currently there, is voting on policy and governance. The third would be that they would be responsible for everything except the election of people at the European level, so that would include the European Board, but also the conflict resolution body. And last but not least, you could decide to essentially give responsibilities to the Delegate Assembly to vote on everything at the European level, including the election of representatives. So those are all the options that have been given. And yeah, based on the preference that you give, if we end up having a Delegate Assembly, then yeah, the proposal that will be put in the future will essentially be proposing this level of responsibility. So the other big question has to do with how do we elect those delegates? On what level are they elected? So the first proposal would be that they are elected locally. Essentially, chapters would be split into single constituencies, and then one delegate would be elected in each constituency. The second idea would be that we look at regional representation, so the regions of different countries, and instead of having one delegate being elected in one constituency, you could have several delegates being elected on the regional level based on how many members are in those regions. The third would be to essentially let national chapters decide how they would like to elect their delegates. This is mainly inspired from how Volt Germany does it, since instead of having one system for all of the different regions, every region decides how they wish to elect their delegates. The last but not least, sortition, would be the idea of having a selection of delegates that is random. So people would first, of course, volunteer to be okay with being a delegate, and then they would be chosen, yeah, using the basic methods of sortition, which is what we use, for example, with the members' assembly. So that would be how we could elect them, and I believe there's still one slide to go. So majorities. Essentially, normally, you would just be electing delegates and they would be making decisions with a simple majority. But one idea that is being proposed is that rather than only having the majority of delegates making these decisions, you would also look at where those delegates are from and then require the majority of delegates from a certain number of countries to vote in favor of a proposal for it to be approved. So a first proposal would be that it would just be 1/3, and the second would be requiring a double majority. If you're wondering why this is being proposed, it's essentially because if we were to have a delegate assembly, the majority of delegates would come from a few countries, essentially, based on the membership numbers. So yeah, those would be all the different votes that are being proposed in terms of the delegate assembly. So I guess we can move on to the next slide.
Yes, and one last thing I wanted to add is that from the previous session we did a deep dive to really go into this and answer a lot of questions. We're still here also to answer any other questions, but one thing I really think is important to mention here is that when we are organizing the Delegates Assembly, so if you want to keep it, that we're going to make sure that it still ensures that there's a gender balance like we have in all of our other positions. Then I want to talk about the integrity system, and this is one of the core things that we've been working on already for a few years now. So how do we treat members when they feel that they are treated unfairly or unheard? So for us, this is quite a vital and important session to share with you, and important information to share with you, because what this is about is when, let's say you're with a member and you're feeling like someone is offending you or treating you badly. This is a system that's set up on how do you then get, first of all, a listening ear, and then, if needed, legal ramifications if needed. So how do we guide every member through? This is what the integrity system is aiming at. It's quite a difficult picture behind us, but let me try to keep it as simple as I can. It means, so the person in the middle would be you, and it means that if you feel that there's an issue, that you feel you're unheard or someone is treating you unfairly, you have the option to go to talk to a confident person. And that is someone that is just listening to you and can give you guidance and support. Then they work together closely with our ombudspersons. I'm not sure if they're in the room. Vahid? Yes. Yeah, there they are. Could you stand up and show that everyone that's there where Vahid and Wilma are? They are our ombudspersons. And they've been heavily involved in developing everything that's on the vote for today. I want to thank you for being here as our ombudspersons. It's a super important role. And all the other positions that are on this slide, they have not been filled, and they are going to need your help, because together we can make sure that everyone is being heard. So apart from the councillor's office that consists of the ombudspersons and the confident persons, we're also organizing a mediation team. So if there's really if there's a conflict, we're going to first try and solve this through mediation, which means that we're going to have trained and professionalized mediators to guide you and to see eye to eye, so that you can exit the conflicts still with all feeling heard and being accepted for whatever the conflict might be about. So these are the two important steps that make sure that you're being heard and hopefully the conflict is being resolved. Obviously, we unfortunately don't live in a world where there's no conflict that remains. So we also have different steps there that I'm going to hand over to Charles.
Yeah, so unfortunately, when those conflicts do escalate, and there is a real issue of inappropriate behavior, the two main bodies which are meant to kind of be responsible for this are first the Integrity Commission and then the Arbitration Committee. So currently we have what's called the Conflict Resolution Body, and that's essentially the Arbitration Committee. However, when it comes to the... when a problem is essentially found, the report would first be shared with the Integrity Commission, and then that commission would first research into it, investigate it, give a recommendation to the board, and then the board would have to make a decision. If the member is not satisfied with the decision that was made, then this can be appealed so that there can be an independent decision from the one made by the board, and that is what the Arbitration Committee is for. So yeah, those are the two main bodies, and what's really important to keep in mind as well is that a part of this integrity system is our first European Code of Conduct. And essentially, it's thanks to this European Code of Conduct that we're going to be able to actually hold members accountable when it comes to their behavior.
Yes, thank you. And I think lastly, we also did a deep dive into this in the session before. And one of the things that I think is important to bring from there, also to share with all of you, is that it is also, none of us, I think, wake up in the morning to start and offend someone or make someone feel unsafe or unheard. So that also, for me, I genuinely believe it's also about that we have to have more conversations to understand each other and to understand when someone is feeling unheard and why, so we can improve doing that and improve the way we collaborate together. So apart from the whole system, we're also going to make sure that we're going to give training and guidance to everyone, but also most especially our leaders, because if we we lead by example and address when something is not okay, I'm very sure that we can have a more healthier environment together with all of us here. So this is everything we have about the integrity system. And if there's any question, you can talk to our ombudspersons and also come up to Charles and myself. And last thing is the what's next. So I think.
Yeah. So as we tried to explain, essentially the votes that you're participating in here are split into two parts. The one of the internal regulations, where the decisions will be implemented immediately. But then you've also got the other votes, like the one on the delegate assembly, like the one on the integrity system, where because it has to do with the statutes, we're not going to be able to implement it immediately. Instead, you're essentially giving us your preferences. And those preferences will decide essentially the kind of votes that we'll be holding in future votes. So the first GA is the one you're having today. The next GAs that will be held are the ones which will aim to get rid of the requirement for physical assemblies. As we explained before, some changes can only be done by physical assemblies, and so we need to hold one in order to give you the right to change it with an electronic GA in the future. So first there is this GA, then there's the physical GAs, and then finally, there will be electronic GAs, which will essentially enable you to implement all of these changes that based on the preferences that you're giving in this GA.
Cool. And then let's go to the questions.
Exactly. Thank you very much. You can use the Q&A form to ask questions to Anouk and Charles. And we already have 2, I would say.
So our first question is on the integrity syllabus, section 2.44. Members of Vault Europa are not allowed to communicate anonymously concerning internet and social media. Does this apply to all members, even when they have no official role? They're just ordinary members. If yes, have you considered the impact on members on marginalized communities like harassment and stalking?
Yeah, so when we presented the integrity system, one of the key parts of the role of the ombudspersons and the confident persons is that they're able to deal with issues in a confidential manner. So while there are certain rules in terms of confidentiality, it's really key to emphasize on the fact that in order to tackle these problems, we actually first do respect these rules in terms of confidentiality. And then when this is brought to the Integrity Commission, again, it's important to allow the people to kind of send these complaints in a confidential way, even though eventually, if it does continue to escalate, it's likely that some information will be acquired in terms of who these people are.
Okay, we have another question about the integrity syllabus. Ready? So elected officials just copy the respective part of the code of conduct for elected MPs. Clearly, this hasn't been a sufficient safeguard against corruption in the past for other MPs. It does not contain rules about transparency or about lobbyism. Should we hold out elected officials to a higher standard?
Thank you. In case you're wondering, these are quite technical questions, and I'm really happy that we already knew that these were coming, so we can prepare, so thank you. Yes, I think definitely our elected officials, we should hold them to a higher standard, because they are our voice around the rest of the world. And I think it's really important to show that we lead by example, and that means that elected officials really have to embody and embrace the code of conduct. And yesterday there was a session with the elected officials to also make sure that they are collaborating together on the code of conduct so that they can really embrace it. So I want to add that. And I also want to say that when it comes to transparency, we do, every chapter has their own regulation on transparency, as into what to publish and about gifts and donations. And also there, we are developing a memorandum of understanding together with all the chapters to hold them accountable. So this is also not necessarily from the integrity system when it comes to us as individuals, but also the standard that we have as each chapter and the responsibility we have to the rest of our membership and also our voters.
Okay, next question is, how is the transition from the old board election system to the new one formed? How are you going to form the transition from the old board election system to the new board election system?
So I guess it depends on what you vote for. Yeah, one key detail in all of this is if we end up having a staggered board, since within a staggered board you're supposed to hold elections every year for 1/3 of the board, it would most likely, well, not most likely, it will require a transition period. So essentially what would be necessary is to have 1/3 of the board elected for 1 year and 1/3 of the board elected for 2 years during that election, the election of the next board, essentially, so that then we could transition in a system where every year we would have the election of 1/3 of the board.
We have another question, which is, what does the Delegate Assembly do with the GA?
Sorry, what does the Delegate Assembly do with the GA?
I'm reading out loud, yeah.
I'm afraid I'm not exactly sure what that question means.
Yeah, the relations. Yeah. Yeah, so that also depends on how you're going to advise us. So if you keep it, you have the option also to say what should the Delegates Assembly vote upon. So those are the 4 options, and if you choose the latter option, it means that all decisions are really made by the Delegates Assembly and no longer by the General Assembly. Does it answer your question? Cool.
Is it possible to give a microphone to someone who wants to ask a question here, or are there still questions online?
Like, you can still ask the questions online. The ones we're taking right now are literally coming in as we're speaking.
Sure.
So,
could you post it online? I think we have people who asked questions like a while ago, but if you can post it online, I'm sure we can.
Yeah, he can have the microphone afterwards. Yeah. So we have one asking, what are your recommendations on the proposals?
What is the recommendation of the board in terms of these votes?
I don't know if it's the board or just the 2 of you personal. I think it might just be the 2 of you.
Actually, on all the votes? So as a board, actually that's why Charles is also asking, as a board, we've had a discussion on how would we recommend on the votes, and none of the votes we are unanimous on. So what we've done on Workplace is a post which explains that at least 2/3 of us agree on, so that is the best recommendation we can give as a board. And when it comes to that, for example, when we are talking about the Delegates Assembly, we are advising our recommendation, and also my personal one, is to not do it and to not keep it. We think I think it's a solution to a problem that we have, and that is that there's a low participation in our voting. And that is a problem, but we need to first understand the actual problem instead of finding a solution that might work or might not work. So we first want to go to the root of the problem, ensure our participation is growing, and then see from there. It also would mean that if we take it out of our statutes right now, but if, let's say, in years to come, it still seems to be a good option, then there's also still the option of making it come back, but then really make it worked out, because now it's only a line that we're going to have it, and that's it.
Yeah, I guess I personally agree with most of the majority of opinion that the board has already published. So the opinion that the board has given is that most of us are opposed to implementing a delegate assembly at this time. In terms of additional agenda items, we also recommend to change the way it works, because right now it's essentially undemocratic, that the membership cannot really feasibly propose anything to the agenda of the GA. So we want to make it easier, and that's why some of these proposals are being made. And so, yeah, those are, I think, the 2 main changes that have been approved by the board, and I fully align with them. Sorry, no, there's a 3rd one. The length of the mandate of the board, right now it's 2 years, and a significant majority of the board also proposes to switch it to 3 years, and I think that could be a good way of making the board more long-term focused So yeah, those are the 3 recommendations of the board, and I agree with it.
Thank you. So we're going to ask 2 more questions coming, and then I give you the microphone. So a question was, are the safeguards in the delegate assembly system to ensure representation of minorities?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Are the safeguards in the delegate assembly system, so maybe there, something missing, to ensure representation of minorities?
Does the delegate assembly ensure the representation
what kind of safeguard? I
minorities?
think the person mean what kind of safeguards are existing or put into place to make sure that the minorities are represented?
At this time, the main focus of the delegate assembly is to ensure representation of different national teams and making sure that small teams aren't entirely not heard because of the majority of the big chapters that we currently have. So that's the main focus, I think, in terms of representation. Other than that, there's also a requirement for the delegate assembly to be 50% male, 50% female. So I think those are the 2 main issues that are being proposed right now in terms of the delegate assembly. But yeah, if it does get implemented, there's always the possibility of changing it over time.
Yeah, and if I can add also with regards to minorities, and this is also a question that came up in the deep dive session, how do we really make sure that we reflect society? And at this point, the Delegates Assembly would be assembled through our members, and that's actually where the key is that we have to work on, because currently our members are not a representation of our society. And the more we work on that, the more we grow towards that, also we have more voices being heard, and I think it's important that we all take that responsibility, because we have to make sure that we are way more diverse than we are right now, and that's a responsibility we share with all of us here.
So the last question is why, from up here, why are we inventing new commissions and committees, etc.? Our structure is already so complex. How can we simplify and integrate in different current bodies?
I guess, Sean, you can complete the answer after this, or John. I think a lot of these, the commission and the committee are being proposed essentially to kind of ensure that people feel heard. Essentially, the integrity committee that has been created, its main purpose is to essentially take care of the role that is currently that of the board if we ever need to exclude a member for their actions. So it's essentially just delegating responsibilities because the board cannot investigate themselves the actions of individual members. And then when it comes to the arbitration commission, in terms of why it exists, it's just to make sure that members feel heard, and that if a member strongly disagrees with a decision made by the board, at least some independent body that you elected gets to give another opinion, so that then that decision becomes final. So that's the reason why these 2 bodies are being created, and I think it's necessary.
Last question.
I just want to share a best practice, because I'm a member of 2 groups that cannot meet in person or cannot meet the quorum, and because they are worldwide distributed communities. And so what we do is we invite the first and the second congregation at the same time. So we say, this is the invitation to the first, and if we don't reach a quorum, we invite at the same time the second. So the second will then, the first will be closed, but the people do not have to come again. So you said a few weeks later there will be another GA held, or delegate, whatever we vote for, but it's not necessary. We have this best practice, which we say, okay, 3 weeks in advance or 3 months in advance, we have to do the invitation, and we send out 2 invitations, one for the first that might not reach the quorum, quite possibly, and one for the second, which will be held on the same day, And this is the best practice, because otherwise all the people come to the place and have to go and come back to make the decision. I just want to share the best practice.
Yeah, and I think we agree. That's why we're proposing to change the regulations, because currently, legally, we're not allowed to do this. So we have to wait 2 weeks, I think, in between. And that's why we want to change it. So happy with your recommendation, and we fully agree. Yes, Laurens.
Yes, Laurens Dassen from the Netherlands. Volt was founded on the idea of one person, one vote. And the reason for that is that we want to unite Europe. And I get strongly the feeling that if we work with a delegate assembly, then we start working like Europe works now. Because from a country perspective, we start voting on delegates. And then I expect that my delegates from the Netherlands represent the Netherlands. But that's exactly what we don't want. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is that we create an extra layer where people have certain powers, which makes also the whole discussion more complicated, especially as there are different representing. So I would strongly advise, especially at the phase where we are currently with Volt, not to work with a delegate assembly, but just remain the General Assembly, where we ensure that we start growing Volt throughout Europe. And then we create exactly that what we want Europe to be. One person, one vote. Thanks.
Well, I think it's not a question, it's actually a recommendation that also the board is giving, so thank you. And thank you for also making this heard more.
Yeah, again, the majority of the board agrees with you.
Oh, do you want mine? Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry, but as we said before, time was limited, and we already managed to answer a lot of questions. Thank you very much, Charles and Anouk. And I can now announce that both votes, vote number 3 on governance proposals, European GA, October 2022, has opened at 16:10 for 10 p.m. Central European Time, and vote 4, governance discussion topics, EUR-GA, October 2022, has opened also at 16:10 for 10 p.m. Central European Time.
Perfect. So we've had a very intense conversation around the possibilities and the way of changing the way we work at Volt. But one of the things which I think is coming back again and again is a topic which is very dear to many of us here at Volt, and that is the topic of how do we make sure that this particular party reflects its promise of speaking on behalf of all Europeans, and that means also the diversity that exists within Europe as well. How do we ensure that marginalized groups actually feel that Volt itself is an active ally to their cause and is also a party which is able to bridge them and bridge the gap between Europe and their marginalization? So how do we bring them into the heart of this? And to help me discuss this point are members who are working very hard on diversity and inclusion day in and day out within Volt. So I'd like to invite to the stage Ines, who's the board member tasked with dealing with diversity and inclusion at the board level. So Ines, please come to the floor. The floor is yours. And we're going to talk a little bit about how we make diversity and inclusion a true reality within Volt.
Hello, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be here with you today in Prague, and a true honor to be invited to open this session. I want to start by thanking the community team for all they do, and for all the people who allowed us to be here today at this GA, speaking about this very important topic. When I ran for the board, I knew what I wanted to achieve in this mandate. And it was to make sure to leave behind solid work that would ensure we find ways to increase diversity, inclusion, and equality in Volt. Today, I'm happy to say that the Purple Project is not anymore a Google Doc in my drive, but it has been taken over by the Diversity Council, by the project lead Diane Andre, and by Vera from the European Data Analytics team. I want to ask you, when you see our appeals for action and contribution, remember, this is not a work for a few. It is a work for all, for our whole community, to embrace Europe as it is when we campaign. This is how I believe it should always be. Never allow a vision and ideas to be limited to one person, not even to yourselves. For the work we must do here today, we must empower each other. I never thought how important inclusion, diversity, and feminism was until I was treated as less in classrooms, until I was sexually harassed at my workplace, until I was barred from access to birth control in hospitals. As I felt crushed by all of this, people like my friends Louise, Adil, Ines, Nadia saw doors closing because of who they are, where they come from, and how they look like. My personal story is interconnected to them, and together we realized that for us to overcome this, build anew, our dreams must be bigger than past generations. In this spirit, I was invited to reflect on why diversity is important. Diversity is important because it is there in society. It is part of it. It is what makes it beautiful. So I do not want to ask you to fight for something that is there. I want to ask you to fight against the systems that by oppressing diversity are strangling potential of our societies. We need concrete and organized commitments to change. We must build coalitions to ensure that any change is impactful throughout our society. A movement like Volt will triumph by connecting to its communities and building together change. When I was serving in refugee centers in Warsaw, the people kept telling me, after everything they've been through, this is temporary, we will soon go back, we will win. And this is because our Ukrainian friends, Iranian women, know that community united by their project of freedom is the most powerful thing in the world. And so, any change, any solution that does not cross borders will be based in unfairness. We have to stop expecting the ways of doing of the past to bring the solutions of the present. As we face the coldest winter of our lives, and our values are put to test, fighting for social equality, unleashing the potential of diversity in society has never been so crucial. This moment should bring us together in European solidarity. Without this, our democracies will be weaker. But if we choose to endure, if we choose compassion, if we choose our communities, if we choose each other, if we choose sharing the burden, then our European project will be renewed. Our stake as an ally will be stronger, and our fight for social equality enshrined in all that we do. Today, I know that the weight of history on our shoulders is ever so great. So let me leave you with one learning from my time in Volt and in activism across Europe, is that together the lines of history are not placed on us, but rather written by us, united and fearless. And this is what we want to do today in this session and in Volt. Thank you so much, and please welcome my colleague, Short.
Yeah, this is me. Well, hello all of you. My name is Sjoerd, and I'm a psychologist, social psychologist, and a political scientist. And last September, last month, I started as the diversity co-lead for the European Community team. Thank you. As a child, I had an accident, and therefore I will be disabled for the rest of my life. Next to that, during puberty, I found out that I was gay. And both of these things gave me quite some hardships in life. And therefore, I'm really motivated to push myself to the limit to make all of us more equal and create a Europe that is inclusive, diverse, and equal. But this talk is not about me, because when I was walking here today, I overheard some people say, well, why do we need more women in politics, and can't men just figure it out? And that is exactly why I'm here. Because I'm going to tell you in the next 10 minutes from a socio-psychological perspective why it is important for Volt to be more diverse and inclusive. But let me start with a question. Please raise your hand if you live in a European country. Okay, you can lower your hands. That was everyone, luckily. Please raise your hand if you live in a European country where there's a woman head of the government, a female head of the government. The fact that we all live in Europe and we all feel European makes us in theory equal. But in practice, we are still not. And that is mostly due, or partly due, our blind spots that we have as humans. And I'm going to elaborate a little bit more about that, because blind spots are what they call in psychology unconscious biases, and they prevent us as humans to become inclusive. However, if we overcome these blind spots and we can make Volt more diverse, inclusive and equal, we can grow as a community, improve our quality of decision making, and contribute to our values and norms. So let me start with improving our decision making. This was an overview of the lack of women in European politics. Because the first blind spot that we have as humans is called the Dunning-Kruger effect. And that basically means that we tend to overestimate the knowledge and the skills we have in certain areas. By becoming more diverse and inclusive, we recognize that we all have knowledge, and that knowledge from a different person might be different from your knowledge. So we can become more aware of the fact that our knowledge is not the only knowledge. Making Volt more diverse and inclusive would therefore make us draw on more different ideas. And next to that, we become more critical because we have more viewpoints to stand from. And together we can create better decisions if we combine our knowledge. Sorry if I'm going too fast. If you have any question after my session, do not hesitate to hit me up on either here after the session or on Workplace. But the second bias, the second blind spot I wanted to go into is the projection bias. And the projection bias basically states that we as humans have the tendency to think that most people agree with us. And as you can see in the picture, that's not always the case. And if we would be more diverse and inclusive, we would be more aware of the fact that not everyone agrees with us, and that would prevent ourselves from making terrible decisions like the ones made behind me. And now the question, how does diversity and inclusion help Volt grow? For this, I'm going to illustrate it with a personal story, because I'm going to draw on the similarity bias. And the similarity bias basically means that we're drawn to people that are like us, that represent us. And as a child, I used to play with Playmobil. I made a picture of it as well. I used to play with Playmobil, and one day I put it on a horse. But for most people who played with Playmobil as children, they know that it's not very flexible. So as a result, one of the legs broke. And what for other people might have been a broken toy became for me, in that instant, my favorite toy. Because it represented me. In my imagination, it knew what I was going through, and it knew how I felt. And the same works in politics. If we become more diverse and inclusive, we will represent more people. More people will have the feeling that we understand them, that we fight for them, that we believe in them, and therefore we will reach more votes. And then you might wonder, how does diversity and inclusion works in our values and beliefs? Well, if you look at me behind, these are different headlines from over different years, but the story is still the same. Labor shortage is increasing all around Europe. And so far, the current politicians has focused on, well, let's use that corrupt regime to help us fulfill our shortages. But that's not the solution. That's not the solution. Because on the other hand, we have people in Europe who want to contribute, who want to help and work and make a better Europe, but we turn a blind eye to them. By making Volt and our whole movement more inclusive and diverse, we become less dependent on external countries, corrupt regimes, and we become a stronger, independent Europe. And then there's one last bias I want to go over, one last blind spot, and that's the in-group bias. The in-group bias basically says that next to the fact that we are attracted to people with similarities, we also feel attracted to people from the same group. And so far, politicians in Europe, left and right wing mostly, has used that to divide us. But we can use it against them. By creating a more diverse and inclusive Europe, we can foster the European identity, show them that we are the example of unity. That we, as a group, as a society, as a European society, are one group who are not in it for ourselves, but are here to collaborate, learn from each other, and help each other. That we're here to make a better Europe. And of course, that's not easy, let's be honest. That's not easy. So far, voluntary attempts have been somewhat successful, but they do not resemble the results we need right now. And therefore, it is our job to keep diversity and inclusion on the agenda, commit ourselves to it, and actively work towards diversity and inclusion. Only if we diversify, only if we create a diverse movement and we diversify as Volt, we become a better Europe. So there is a task for all of us. Concluding, I'm going back to one of my earlier slides. Humans have blind spots. Humans have unconscious bias. That is inevitable. But if we overcome our biases, become aware of it, and use it in our advantage, we can reach unlimited European potential. We can become more independent, more stronger, and a more united Europe. Thank you very much. And I would like to give the floor to my colleague Connie. There's a microphone there as well.
Hello, Prague. How are you doing? All right, so you already know Kim up here, who's been one of the wonderful moderators and presenters today. And this is a picture from the Lisbon GA, where we met. And actually, this was before the formation of the Diversity Council. And it's a beautiful picture. It is really nice. Unfortunately, Kim has been whisked away on very important global outreach and inclusion work. So he's not constantly able to contribute as much as he probably wants to. But let me start with something else. You can see in this picture that it is easy for us to come together. We are a party that transcends borders. We come from all different places, we come here, we make it possible somehow. But what we forget sometimes is that there are invisible borders within our party, and that there are invisible walls that we don't see, but they're there. And they're there for people who do not have maybe the same abilities to be able to come here, that may not have the cash, let's be honest here, to be able to come here. And there are some other things that keep people from being engaged and a part of the party. And I think that's something that we as Volt cannot want. We have the Diversity Council because we need to have this work as a crucial, very close to the heart of the work of the party, to make sure that we're not trailing off, that we're not just saying, okay, this is a nice thing that some people do over there, that this is a very, very crucial part of what we do in our communities, and that we bring everyone together. So the Diversity Council has many different tasks. We come together, some of you may not have heard about it yet, but we have been existing for several months already. We've been doing work. We've been doing the so-called Diversity Council calls. We have monthly calls that happen. The next one actually is coming up on the 19th of October at 8 p.m. Central European Standard Time, so please chime in. Of course, the main work that we do is look at all the groups within Volt that represent diverse communities, such as diverse communities of all shapes. I will get to it a little bit further. So we go to these communities, we ask what is on your mind, what are the things that you need, how can we help you grow as a community, how can we make sure that you are being heard. We are also trying to make sure that these voices that sometimes don't get heard are being transferred into the calls, into the situations where maybe otherwise they wouldn't be there. And that is the representation work that we do as co-leads of the Diversity Council. And of course, we are also working very, very hard to promote the topic of diversity in all its shapes and colors and forms within Volt. That means in terms of comms, in terms of policy, and in many, many other regards as well. And of course, we are working very closely together with the community team, and we're working very closely together with the European board. Some of you already know these groups, and I kind of want to see who's in these groups and here right now, so I'm going to do a very short shout out. Who's here from Women of Volt? Woo! Yay, oh, amazing. Okay, who's here from Silver Volters? Yay, amazing, very cool. Who's here from Violet? Yay, wow, okay, yeah, very cool. Disability, I know that one person is here. So then we have ethnic minorities. Yay! Yay! Amazing. Okay, non-academics. Yay! LGBTIQ+. Yay! Really cool. Jews and allies? One? Yay! Okay, very cool. And unfortunately, you see, there's already one there that I wrote down as inactive, which is a pity. But one thing that you should probably know is that these groups are sometimes very, very small, just a handful of people, sometimes quite a bunch of people. But it can be that there's just a handful of people who are doing lots and lots and lots of work. And you can see the activities that we see right here on the left-hand side. There's actually almost like an entire vault within these communities sometimes. These community leads and other representatives are doing comms work. They're doing incredible social media outreach. They're working together with organizations outside of Vault and are doing an incredible job there. And some of it doesn't trickle down to the rest of Vault. They're working on policies and advising on policies and building policies. They are talking to the city groups and regional groups and countries. So that's incredible, the entire work that goes into these groups. And of course, they are the ones that people go to if they have a question. So as you can imagine, we're all Vaulters. We already know this idea of like doing a little bit too much for Vault. So I guess you can imagine that it's quite hard for these small groups to do all of that and being incredibly out there and present and just show up every time that is possible. So this goes out to you, to everybody who says like, well, I'm not LGBTIQ+, I'm not disabled, I'm not an ethnic minority, I'm not a Jew, so why should I care? Well, because it's Volt, and everybody should care and should be available to these groups and support them and be an ally. And we'll do a little bit more about that later on, but I think that is one of the things that is at the core of Volt. And you can see that there are still some groups missing. This is just a small portion of Volt that we have here. We have so many different people with so many different backgrounds and experiences in Volt, and it's very important to make sure that their voices are also being heard. So if you think that, wait a minute, my group isn't here, like where's my group? Please come to us and ask us how you can create these communities, how you can build these communities, how you can be represented. So what can you do right now and in the next days to support our work in the Diversity Council? The first thing is to come to our calls. We have calls every month, at least we try to. And the next one I already said is this October 19th, 8 p.m. That's Central European Standard Time. So please do the requisite transitions to your time zone. And of course, you know that a lot of these groups are already available, either are very active on Workplace and other forums, but primarily Workplace. So please come to these groups, support them, ask what's going on, how you can help, be careful and understand that there are times for questions and there's times where this is not necessarily the right place. So understand what's going on in these groups, understand what they're doing, and then come and support. And of course, you will see that there are a handful of people who are very engaged in these groups. Usually those are the co-leads. And they have a handful of work every single day. So they are very happy if you have 5 minutes to spare. If it's just a tweet you can share, or if it's just something you can read over, this already helps. And finally, make other Vaulters aware of these groups. Say, did you know that there's an LGBTIQ+ group on the European level, not just on my national level? Make sure that people know that these groups exist and that they're accessible, and that people can come, and that they're very, very welcome to be a part of that. Thank you so much, and I will give over to Anna right now.
And we have... We have 5 minutes left. Anna, thank you.
Okay, hello everybody. I am, not to worry, I'm the last speaker of this session, so thank you everyone for bearing with us throughout the day. And thank you also for to the other speakers and to our team. As I heard someone say, I don't remember who it was, but that person said, diversity is a fact and inclusion is an act. So we know we have a lot of work there to do, and I'm really happy that we are making this a priority in Volt, and that I'm part of making this a priority in Volt. So we also know that diversity and inclusion are not only a topic for the community team, but also for the whole community of Volt, and for every Volter who is involved, and even beyond. So this is why we're here. If we want a future made in Europe, that we also want everybody to be involved, and we want everyone to feel welcome, we want to reach out to everyone and make voices heard, also from peripheral places from Europe. Also, we know that we're not only here to talk, and we were talking about values before, and we want to make this value the pan-European outreach, and this perspective that reaches outside of our own bubble, and that centers voices from these peripheral places. We want to make this a habit. So that is why I'm really happy. Where do I need to click? So here. I'm more than excited and very happy to announce that we're growing our outreach to very interesting teams and groups outside of Volt. And we have connected with the very inspiring, how they call themselves, very inspiring pan-European non-profit media organization, Are We Europe, for you. And we want to launch this outreach today. That means, who are they? So they're working with writers, creators, and storytellers from all across the European continent. And they're centering voices and stories from the so-called periphery. They share the same ideas as we do, like they share their ideas with us, sorry. And they share also the outlook on European issues and are practicing transnational collaboration almost as good as we do. They foster freedom of press, also very important, freedom of press on a European level, and I believe that they are a laboratory for the future of independent journalism. So with Are We Europe magazine, they have a print magazine and an online magazine, Volters, so all of you can expand the view of the continent that we live in, and they can discover stories and exceptional and everyday Europe. So for example, what can the death of an Irish coastal town who is evacuated due to erosion tell us about climate change? Or how is real life behind the Polish LGBTQ no-go zones? And for example, who are the selfie-taking witches, modern witches of Romania? So stories from a new perspective, from people on site with a particular view of the challenges and difficulties in Europe. So one of the key sentences of their vision was, and I found it very inspiring, they said, while headlines obsess over borders, we reach across them.
Anna, the one final minute. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. And this is also what we envision. While politicians obsess over borders, we reach over them. So what's in there for you? So not only we get, like every Volter, get discounts on their print and their club membership, but also we're invited to join their media hubs right now. That means, because they're right now building like buzzing media places all around Europe, for example in Porto and in Tbilisi in Georgia, and they would love Volters to join. So There will be more and more opportunities, as this is only the start of this initiative, and we're very excited to see where this goes, and I would like to invite all of you to join the conversation and shape this initiative with us. So if you have any questions, then write me a message or write a message to the community team, and also check out their specific landing page on our Volt information platform, the VIP. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much, Connie, Sert, and Ines for your inspiring speeches. Diversity is a fact, inclusion is an act is going to be my next tattoo. It is important to remember. It was repeated time and time again, and it is worth repeating one more time. Choose your diversity group, get involved, show your allyship. It's absolutely worth it, and it's really, really important to do. Some of you are absolutely wired before the public action. Just give it a minute. We still have one more thing to go through, but I will ask all the volunteers to go and join Honza outside. Volunteers for the public action at 4:50, which is in 5 minutes sharp. Be there. Most of you have already created your signs for the public action. If you haven't, you've noticed the arts and crafts place outside. So go ahead and get ready. But last but definitely not least, I will ask Lucia to come on stage and explain the preferendum.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, cool. So this morning, I explained the panels to you and the importance of attending these panels so that you can take an informed vote. Right now, I'm going to tell you more about that vote. It's a preferendum vote. Can I have the next slide, please? For our electoral program development, your engagement matters. You've seen how the political priorities were developed in terms of problem statement. We hope you've by now all discovered the website where they are explained. There have been deliberations that some members organized. You've engaged in surveys. You have attended the GA panels. Who has attended one panel? Can you raise your hand? One panel? Who has attended 2 panels? Who has attended 3 panels? Who has attended 4 panels? Liars. That was not possible because they were sequenced in 3, weren't they? Oh no, am I? Anyway. Maybe I miscalculated. I don't know the program by heart. Anyway, great. I hope you enjoyed those panels. I'll tell you a little bit more about those panels. But let me first show you what will happen now. So what will happen now is with a preferendum vote, you give preference to the political priorities, the problem statements that you feel we need to develop solutions for, so that we have an agenda to go with to the European Parliament. So you will identify top political priorities. So that, we can then, your vote will determine what comes into our regular policy development in the coming time, so that we come up with an electoral policies to support the campaign program. So you'll be influencing our campaign as well as the electoral policies that support that campaign program. So next slide, please. A few highlights from the panel. So as I mentioned this morning, the panels will provide members with a mix of stakeholder and expert views and inform your vote, which is going to be opened in a minute. We have, because you could not attend all the panels, people behind the scenes have worked very hard to give you a summary of what was discussed in the panels. That summary is available through a link in the voting form. As soon as the voting form opens, there'll be a link there, and you can inform yourself. We encourage you to do that. And let me tell you why, and I come back to that in a moment. We encourage you to do that because if you just vote for the topics, we could get a very biased vote, and we don't want a biased vote, we want an informed vote. So, you know, maybe you want to postpone your vote to tomorrow morning when you over your coffee, you can read through things a little bit and make sure that you really know what you're voting for, and you're not just voting for a couple of headlines. The panels were important because they showed us some inputs for political relevance. If you read the summaries, you will learn what the political relevance of some of the topics are. What was also very interesting in the panels, and that's very important for the way we develop our campaign program, is that Volt takes a holistic look at problems. Although we may be voting for priorities in isolation, that's not the approach we take to developing our campaign program and our electoral program. So, this is important information, I think, for follow-up to the outcome of the referendum. Last but not least, there are also some topics that clearly we need to deliberate on more because we are not united about how we look at things. So I think in the coming time, more space can be created for that as well. Next slide, please. So why vote? Because this is our big experiment. We want to co-create the program together with all our members. So please vote, please take your time to vote. With your vote, we will develop feasible and attractive solutions by a smaller group of policy and communication experts that will be turned into a campaign program that can help us towards the 2024 elections. As I mentioned as well, at the same time of developing that campaign program with maybe key messages at a public interest level, there will also more detailed policies will be developed to support that campaign program. So with your vote, you decide what gets worked on and what gets into the campaign, not decide, but advise. Because imagine that your vote shows that the top 3 priorities are all in smart state. Will that be a good balance? Will that help with our holistic view of problems in the world? Probably not. So we allow a group of policy and communication experts to work on these things and come up with a balanced program based on your vote. Can I have the next slide? Thank you. So how to vote? As I said already, please inform yourself by reading the one-pagers on the website and the panel summaries that will be included in your voting form. This is a long form, a referendum form. It covers all the political priorities that have been identified, and there are around 40 if I'm not mistaken. So you take a little bit of time to do this well. Right? You rate them from 1 to 10. And you can rate all 40, 10, if you like all of them. That's totally up to you. You give preference. So out of your individual ratings, we will produce a collective ranking. So that's a prioritization, sort of, which will be the broadest possible consensus we can find among your individual ratings. So, and this, what's coming now is very important, so please listen carefully. So if you're not very sure about a topic, what does this stand for? As I said, please don't just go by the headline, because you will, how can I say, you will rate something that you think it is, which it may not be, and that will give us the wrong information. So if you feel uninformed, or perhaps you have no opinion, Then we advise you to go with the wisdom of the crowd, with other voters who have an opinion and who feel informed. This will give us better referendum results. You can opt out by, I forget exactly what is in the form, but I think either you don't have to rate at all, or there's an option like don't know. So don't hesitate to make use of the don't know option if you don't know or you feel uninformed. That will help us get better results out of this referendum.
Lucia, we have 5 minutes left.
I'm actually done.
Thanks.
These were my slides. So, but I want to make sure that the vote has been understood. I mean, we don't really have time for questions, maybe about 5 minutes, right? Is there a mic for the audience if people have questions? Sorry? When does the vote end? The vote ends around tomorrow. Around.
I will repeat all the timings now, and you will find anyhow the closing and opening time of the votes in the form on the Tasker when you vote.
In the form. Okay, but it's around 1 o'clock somewhere, but you'll get the precise timing in a moment. So you'll have the whole morning, basically to evening and morning, to take some time to look at this referendum vote and help us co-create the campaign program. I'm sorry. Any other questions? I know it's been a long day. I'm also really tired, but I can't help to also be very excited about this opportunity that we're giving to all our members to really co-create the program. So I hope you find some time to look at this voting form. And once again, inform yourself. Don't know, don't vote on the priority if you don't understand. Super, thank you very much, and good luck. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Lucia. I can't but just follow on your words. Please read carefully each vote you cast. We have been talking today, you have been presented some very important but also complicated and long articulated votes on governance. And as you know, a lot of content. Please vote on what you feel, and otherwise always use the option when possible, I don't know, or abstain, instead of wrong vote maybe, or the vote that doesn't fully represent your idea on it. So we're almost at the end of this first day of the GA. As said, the votes have been open today until the 5th. The 5th vote will open in a few minutes. You will find the closing time for each vote in each Tasker, in each option of the Tasker that you find, but just to repeat them very quickly, as said, they are also indicated. Vote number 2 on Revalue Vault advisory vote will close on Monday, the 10th of October at 5 p.m. Central European Time. Vote number 3, governance proposals, will close on Sunday, the 9th of October, tomorrow, at 1 p.m. 13 Central European Time. Vote number 4, governance discussion topics, will close on Monday, the 10th of October at 5 p.m. 17 Central European Time. And in 2 minutes, we'll open the 5th and final vote, which will then close tomorrow, Sunday, 9th of October at 12:30, midday, Central European Time. So as you can see, we will have 2 votes, of which we will know the results basically tomorrow after they close. Once we wait this 1 minute before the 5th vote opens, I wanted to thank everybody for having been here. Thanks to the Electoral Committee for your exceptional work. Thanks to my 2 colleagues, thanks to the hosts that would come now on the stage also to give you some information about the public action. Thanks for everybody for having been here, to the board, to the presenters, and to the people present to the panels. Can you give me
Thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you, everybody!
You ready?
Thank you very much.
Get up, get up, get up! Get up, get up! let's get ready. We are.
Boom. Come on.
We are.
Woo.
What is Europe? What is Europe? Now, you will have received lots of information on WhatsApp.
Absolutely. So before you go, we have few important.
Sorry, I'll close the boring part and then I'll leave you to the fun. The fifth vote has been opened, so the referendum has been opened at 17, so 5 p.m. Central European Time. And I now, at 17, 5 p.m. Central European Time, I declare closed the first day of the General Assembly of Volt 2022.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. See you at the public action.
So for voters, very important information so that you know where you're going and also that you get to the final place.
Before you go, there are a few things that need to be said. First of all, please